Chapter 23. Gu Bin led a group of subordinates over, and a large number of bandits on both sides of the canyon were eyeing them covetously. "Let's go," Zhongling said anxiously. Without hesitation, Dongbu Shuiying and Zhongling turned around and fled. "Flee? Chase after them," Gu Bin shouted coldly. "Damn it! How did they discover us? If they had walked any further, they would have fallen into our trap." The other bandits were furious as well. They did not expect the six-armed serpent demon Zhongling and the young feudal lord to discover them from afar. They were rather confident in their concealment abilities. Otherwise, they would not have survived until today in the mountain range of desolation. "Chase after them!" Gu Bin gritted his teeth and roared. Dongbu Shuiying and Zhongling intentionally fled, causing the bandits to chase after them. Some of the bandits on both sides of the canyon took out some strange-looking crossbows. More than 10 hunting net crossbows shot towards Dongbu Shuiying and Zhongling, who. The projectiles exploded in midair, turning into a huge hunting net that enveloped Dongbu Shuiying and Zhongling. Dongbu Shuiying and Zhongling swiftly dodged. No matter how powerful they were, they would be in deep trouble if they were entangled by the hunting net. This was also the reason why they intentionally fled. Fortunately, they did not fall into the ambush, and there was quite a distance between them. Those hunting nets. With Dongbu Shuiying and Zhongling's strength, they were able to dodge them easily. Too agile. I couldn't stop them. A total of 12 hunting nets missed, causing Gu Bin and the others to grit their teeth in anger. "Uncle Zhong, we have already fled for a li. It should be enough. There should be no more ambushes." Dongbu Shuiying stopped and put down the Silver Moon Wolf King pelt on his back. "Continue running. Why don't you continue running? There's a horde of magical beasts in front of us. Let's see how long you can run." Gu Bin and a large group of bandits were closing in on them. Dongbu Shuiying stabbed the Fei Xue godly spear into the ground and grinned at the bandits. "Gu Bin, 6 years ago you slaughtered your way into my Snow Eagle territory and slaughtered over 500 civilians. And within the entire Water Rights territory, countless people have died because of your bent blade union. Today is the day you pay your debts." While Dongbu Shuiying was speaking, Gu Bin and the others were still approaching them. "Pay the debt?" Gu Bin grinned. "There are too many people who want to kill me, but in the end, almost all of them died by my hands." The gray-robed old man behind Gu Bin held a magic staff vigilantly and began to softly chant an incantation. Dongbu Shuiying had been paying attention to this group of bandits, but most of his attention was on the gray-robed old man. He already knew that there was a heaven mage in the bent blade union. It was foolish to allow a mage to cast spells. Yes, pay the debt, the blood debt of countless people. Dongbu Shuiying instantly pulled out 2 short spears from the spear sheath on his back. Go. A faint blood-red aura appeared around his body, and Dongbu Shuiying's right hand flung out 2 short spears at lightning speed. His right hand was the one that he used to practice using short spears. In order to ensure success, he completely activated his power bloodline. Xiu! The 2 short spears, one in front and one behind, tore through the air with a terrifying whistling sound. In an instant, they crossed over 100 meters and arrived in front of the gray-robed old man. Too fast. The speed of the short spears caused all the bandits to reveal expressions of fear. "Careful!" Gu Bin was shocked and immediately drew out his scimitar, blocking in front of the gray-robed old man. With a bang, Gu Bin felt a terrifying force being transmitted to him, and he felt a sharp pain in his arm. The short spear that was slightly affected by the force changed its direction and shot towards another bandit. Pew! The spear pierced through the bodies of 3 bandits, leaving a huge bloody hole in their bodies. Pooh! The gray-robed old man's eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. Although the first short spear was blocked by the great leader, The second one was already in front of him. A layer of black fog immediately appeared on the surface of his body. However, when Dongbua Shuiying's power bloodline erupted, it was already comparable to a silver moon knight's. When the terrifying short spear was thrown down, the layer of black fog could not stop it at all. In an instant, the short spear pierced through the old man's chest. When the fog dissipated, the gray-robed old man's eyes were wide open, and there was a bloody hole the size of a bowl on his chest. A heaven mage. Dead. Scum, all of you can die for me. Dongbua Shuiying had no pity for these bandits, whose hands were covered in blood. He quickly took out the short spear from his spear pouch, and under the power of his power bloodline, a terrifying power was imbued into the short spear through his arm. As a master of power as one, he had perfect control over his body strength, allowing the short spear to display its greatest power. Shio! Every short spear carried a terrifying speed, piercing through the void and towards those bandits. There were mountain walls on both sides of the canyon, and these bandits had nowhere to hide even if they wanted to. Pooh! A bald, burly man used his shield to block with all his might, but with a loud sound, the shield was completely shattered. The short spear tore through his body, and even pierced through the body of a bandit behind him. Shio! 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 The air was torn apart by the pressure, and the short spear was like the invitation of the Grim Reaper. This large group of bandits instantly collapsed in fear. Because the canyon was only so wide, there were close to 1,000 bandits chasing after them. And now that the short spear was shot over, it was like a bunch of them. They were like roasted meat skewers, but if they were pierced through, they would lose their lives. Who wouldn't be afraid? How can he be so strong? How can this be? How can this be? Gubin used his scimitar to block with all his might. 2 consecutive short spears were shot towards him, and he had to use his old life to block them. The short spears that he blocked still killed many of the bandits beside him. So the scariest one is not the 6-armed serpent demon Zhongling, but this young lord. Gubin stared at the black-clothed young man who continuously shot short spears. Gubin was only attacked by 2 short spears and was unable to kill him. So Dongbua Shuiying temporarily gave up. As for the other heaven rank knights and many other bandits, they were slaughtered. Some of the short spears shot down and pierced through the bodies of 6 to 7 bandits, mainly because they were too densely packed. With the threat of death, time seemed to pass very slowly. But in reality, there were only a total of 12 short spears, and with the speed at which Dongbua Shuiying threw the short spears, they were all shot out very quickly. The short spears stopped, but the bandits were still in shock and looked around blankly. The second leader was dead, the third leader was dead, the fourth leader was dead, except for the leader Gubin. The other powerful experts were all dead, not a single heaven rank, and more than half of the earth rank knights were dead. The main reason was that these elites were all following Gubin, and when they were attacked by the short spears, these heaven rank and earth rank knights were the first to be attacked, and they were also the ones who died the most miserably. Leader. The other bandits all looked towards Gubin. Gubin clenched his teeth, and blood seeped out of his teeth. He stared at the black-clothed young man in the distance. He did not expect that with just 1 round of short spears, his bent blade union's backbone would be completely wiped out. Dongbua Shuiying. Gubin growled. The reason I came to the mountain range of desolation is to eradicate your bent blade union. The faint, blood-red aura surrounding the black-clothed young man dissipated. Using the power bloodline was still very taxing on his stamina, and he immediately picked up the long spear that was stabbed into the ground. Whoosh! Dongbua Shuiying turned into a blur and dashed towards the black-clothed young man. So fast! The bandits were all shocked. Let's kill him together. Kill! Gubin let out a crazed roar, and a layer of black chi appeared on the surface of his body. He held a scimitar in each hand and dashed towards the black-clothed young man, turning into a blur. Together, Kill him. The bandits also started to follow their leader, and some took out their bows, while others prepared their hidden weapons. They were originally on the edge of a knife, and they were only scared by the flying short spears. If it was just a close combat fight, would they be afraid of a single person? Moreover, their leader Gubin was at the very front. Gubin had long reached the peak of the meteor rank, and he was very experienced. His steps were like a ghost. When he got close to Dongbu Shuang, he drew an arc and wanted to get close to him from the side. The spear was a long weapon, and the moment he got close to Gubin's chances of winning would increase by several times. Dongbu Shuang snorted coldly, and the spear in his hand suddenly shot out like an arrow. Dang, dang, dang. The spear moved as fast as lightning, and snowflakes fluttered in the air. This spear art was the first level of the mystic ice spear art, drifting snow. The spear art was fast, and the huge rotation of the spear art caught Gubin unprepared. He was originally proficient in speed, and at this moment, Dongbu Shuang's spear art was even faster. Gubin instinctively waved the scimitars in his hands and blocked 5 spear strikes consecutively. His body could not help but retreat. Every spear strike made him feel the threat of death, and he felt that he might not be able to defend at any time. Facing such a terrifying spear art, he did not even have time to think and could only rely on his instincts to defend. After continuously executing 5 spear strikes, Dongbu Shuang exerted strength from his waist, and the spear swept horizontally. Gubin immediately used the scimitars in front of him and blocked the spear shaft. At the moment when the spear shaft and the scimitars came into contact, pung! A terrifying impact passed through the scimitars into Gubin's body. Gubin's expression changed, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Like a sandbag, he crashed into the mountain wall, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. He was still holding the scimitars with both hands, but when his body crashed into the mountain wall, he saw stars and felt a cold light rushing towards him. A spear, like lightning, directly pierced through Gubin's throat, all the way to the mountain wall behind him, and nailed Gubin to the mountain wall. Gubin's feet were almost half a meter above the ground. Gubin's eyes widened, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the cold, black, clothed youth in front of him. He did not expect that he, Gubin, who had roamed unhindered for so many years, would actually die in the hands of a youth. Goo! Large mouthfuls of blood flowed out from his mouth, and gradually his eyes became completely dull. Water Rights Town's #1 bandit, scimitar Gubin, died just like that. The killer, Dongbu Shuang. Chapter 24. The bandits who wanted to join their leader in killing Dongbu Shuang were all shocked. Their leader died just like that. They had only exchanged a few moves, and he died too quickly. Dongbu Shuang immediately pulled out his spear and looked at the bandits whose hands were covered in blood. Run! Run! All the bandits were terrified. They didn't even have a heaven-ranked knight among them. Even their leader, Gubin, could kill them all by himself, not to mention that this young leader was even stronger than Gubin. Scum, you still want to run? Dongbu Shuang immediately rushed towards the bandits. Snowflakes fluttered in the air and blood splattered everywhere. It was as if the bandits were wantonly slaughtering ordinary civilians. Right now, these bandits were just as weak in front of Dongbu Shuang. The remaining 3 Earth-ranked knights were killed within 2 breaths of time. A large number of bandits' corpses were sent flying and fell to the ground. Run! Run! All the bandits had completely collapsed. The gap between them was too big. That spear was so powerful that they would lose their lives with just a touch. Not a single bandit could withstand a single move from Dongbu Shuang. Die! Die! Dongbu Shuang did not show any mercy towards the bandits of the Bent Blade Union. He killed them until they scattered in all directions. Dongbu Shuang knew that he was only one person. He couldn't kill every single one of them. In order to get rid of Water Rights Town's cancerous tumor, Dongbua Shui-ing first targeted the strong ones. He also killed all the knight-ranked ones. In just a short moment, all the bandits scattered in all directions. There were more than 200 corpses on the ground. The leader, Heaven-ranked knight, Earth-ranked knight, and the true backbone of the Bent Blade Union were all killed. The Bent Blade Union was destroyed, just like that. As for those minions, perhaps some of the village guards would be able to stop them. Spare me, spare me. There were still 5 bandits who were forced into a corner by Zhongling. They didn't dare to move because if they moved, they would all die. Snow Eagle, Zhongling laughed and said, "That's great. The Bent Blade Alliance is gone just like that. I've searched the corpses of Gubin and some other experts. I found a lot of treasures, especially a storage treasure on Gubin." Dongbua Shui-ing was a little surprised. A storage treasure? This bandit is indeed very wealthy. Dongbua Shui-ing walked over. "Here." Zhongling handed over a package. The package was filled with some gold notes issued by the Empire's banks. Obviously, as bandits, they lived day by day. Their treasures were usually carried with them. There was also a ring in the package. After Dongbua Shui-ing received the ring, he immediately sensed it. His dou qi flowed into the ring through his finger and washed the inside of the ring. Immediately, the ring and Dongbua Shui-ing had a connection. Knights and mages could use their dou qi and magic power to refine storage treasures. If it was an ordinary person, they would need the help of mages to refine it with their blood. Good fellow. After refining it, Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked. There were a lot of treasures inside, mainly gold notes, gold coins, weapons, and other miscellaneous items. However, the storage space was only 2 feet wide. It was much smaller than the storage pendant his mother had left for him. So many gold notes. Dongbua Shui-ing's spirit could clearly sense everything inside the storage space. The total value of the gold notes was 85,000 gold coins. There were also some miscellaneous treasures, totaling up to 90,000 gold coins. The other heaven rank mages, knights and bandits added up to more than 20,000 gold coins. Bandits are really rich. Dongbua Shui-ing thought, "The 5 of you." Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the 5 fearful bandits. "Lead the way to your lair. If you lead the way correctly, I'll spare your lives. If you lead the way wrongly, you'll all die." "Yes, yes, yes. Lord, rest assured, we'll definitely lead the way." The 5 bandits immediately responded. The bandits nervously led the way. Dongbua Shui-ing and Zhongling followed behind. "Uncle Zong here." Dongbua Shui-ing handed the storage ring over to Uncle Zong. "How can this be? You were the one who got rid of the Bent Blade Alliance. These should belong to you." Zhongling immediately rejected. "Ha! My mother has already given me the storage pendant. I don't need this," Dongbua Shui-ing said. "But you can also give it to Qingshi. Qingshi will become a mage in the future. A mage will still need storage treasures." Zhongling shook his head. Dongbua Shui-ing lightly shook his head. "It's still too early. Qingshi will need at least a few years to learn from his teacher before he becomes a real mage. When that time comes, I'll give Qingshi a better one. Uncle Zong, don't forget we've gained a lot this time." Zhongling was startled, but then he smiled. That's right. This time, they had the Shadow Leopard and the Silver Moon Wolf King. Plus, they had gotten over 100,000 gold coins from destroying the Bent Blade Alliance. They had indeed made a huge profit. All right. Zhongling didn't say anything else. He took the storage ring and easily refined it. Zhongling was startled. He found a large amount of gold notes and some gold coins in the storage ring. The gold notes were worth 50,000 gold coins. The Snow Eagle territory still has other expenses. Uncle Zong, take these 50,000 gold coins first. We'll talk about it when it's not enough. Dongbua Shui-ing said in a low voice. When we go back, I'll find an opportunity to slowly sell off the silver moon wolf king's fur and the shadow leopard's carcass. The carcass of the shadow leopard was placed in the storage space. There was no air in the storage space. It was an absolute vacuum. Zhongling thought and nodded. The Snow Eagle territory's strength would continue to increase. Naturally, the expenses of the Snow Eagle territory would also gradually increase. Not long after, my lord, we're almost there. The 5 bandits were extremely respectful and obedient. One of the skinny bandits said, "Our lair is in the belly of the mountain. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it even if they walked in front of the mountain. The passage into the belly of the mountain is very hidden. Lead the way." Dongbua Shueing held the spear in his hand and was always on guard. The 5 bandits advanced in a very practiced manner. However, Dongbua Shueing faintly felt a terrifying threat. It was as if a terrifying existence was hiding in the mountain ahead. Ever since he reached the realm of a spear grandmaster, his senses towards nature had become more and more mystical. For example, he could usually detect demonic beasts in advance. He could even detect bandits' ambushes in advance. What's going on? I don't feel any aura, but I can't suppress my fear. Dongbua Shueing felt his heart palpitate. He stopped abruptly and stretched out his hand to stop Uncle Zong. He looked at the mountain in front of him. The walls of the mountain were covered with moss. "Snow Eagle, what's wrong?" Zhongling was puzzled. "Something's wrong. I don't feel good," Dongbua Shueing said in a low voice. Let's go. Let's go." Zhongling's expression changed. He didn't doubt it at all. So. The 2 of them immediately turned and left. "My lord, the passage into the belly of the mountain is very hidden. It's hidden behind these rocks." "My lord." Where are they?" When the 5 bandits turned their heads, they discovered that Dongbua Shueing and Uncle Zong, who were originally following behind them, had already disappeared. "He's gone. The young lord of the Snow Eagle territory has already left? Brothers, the Bent Blade Alliance is finished. Let's find some treasures and run for our lives." These bandits were very cunning. They quickly entered their lair. Whoosh, on the wall of the mountain that had stood for countless years, a huge face appeared. Its eyebrows, eyes, and mouth were formed by rocks. It had an aura of superiority. Its eyes looked at Dongbua Shueing and Zhongling, who were already a few li away. A puzzled expression appeared on the huge face. He can actually detect my presence? How powerful can a young man be? Maybe there's a human expert behind him. I need to find another place to monitor the humans. The huge face on the wall of the mountain quickly disappeared, and the mountain returned to normal. Boom! In the depths of the earth, a huge monster quietly left this place and moved to another place. Outside the mountain range of desolation, the camp. Dongbua Shueing and Zhongling ran out of the mountain range of desolation as fast as they could and arrived at the camp. "We're finally out." Dongbua Shueing turned his head and looked behind him. His heart was still palpitating. Chapter 25. Snow Eagle, what did you discover? Although Zhongling trusted Snow Eagle, he was still confused. "I don't know." Dongbua Shueing shook his head. "I just had a feeling that if we continued to stay there, we could lose our lives at any time. The Bent Blade Union has been in that mountain for so many years. Isn't it still fine?" Zhongling was puzzled. "That I don't know." Dongbua Shueing smiled. "Let's not care about that, Uncle Zong. Now that we have succeeded, it's time to go home." "Yes, it's time to go home." Zhongling smiled happily. The 2 walked side by side to the camp. Inside the camp, there was a team of 100 soldiers from Snow Eagle's territory. Lord. The patrolling soldiers greeted respectfully. Soon, the captain of the team, Captain Yangcheng, came to greet them. Captain Yangcheng was surprised. Lord Zhongling, why are you back so early today? Normally you would stay here until nightfall, but it's still early now. Dongbu Shuang smiled. They had entered the mountain range of desolation early in the morning to kill the Silver Moon Wolf Pack, and after killing the Wolf King they had returned. They had only been delayed by the Bent Blade Union, so there was still 1 to 4 hours before nightfall. Captain Yang Chung, Dongbu Shuang said, Uncle Zong and I are preparing to leave now and rush back to Snow Eagle's territory. You will continue to stay here and return tomorrow. Return to Snow Eagle's territory? Captain Yang Chung revealed a happy expression. Camping every day in the cold, how could it compare to the comfort of being in the castle? Yes, Zongling said, Lord and I will return first. You must lead the soldiers well. Don't worry, Lord Zongling, Captain Yang Chung patted his chest and promised. Soon, Dongbu Shuang and Zongling each rode a frost pony and began to rush back to Snow Eagle's territory. The frost magical beast colts had great stamina and endurance. Even though the Silver Moon Wolf King's fur weighed close to 1,000 pounds, the frost magical beast still maintained a relatively fast speed along the way. The horse they were riding on was a little tired, so Dongbu Shuang exchanged horses with Zongling so that the horse could rest. It was already dark. On the extremely flat and frozen road, the 2 frost ponies transformed into 2 gusts of wind as they galloped forward at high speed. We're almost there. Dongbu Shuang saw a towering mountain in the distance. It was the mountain that was named after him and his brother, Snorok Mountain. We're finally back. Zongling also revealed a smile. At this time, Qingshi should be having dinner. Dongbu Shuang was in a good mood. He had achieved his goal of going to the desolate mountain range this time, and the rewards were even greater than he had expected. At the very least, there wouldn't be a problem with his younger brother becoming his disciple. 2 frost-flying horses galloped on the mountain path. He continued to rush up the mountain path. His lordship. There were soldiers standing guard at the checkpoint of the mountain path. With a single glance, they recognized that the 2 frost-flying horses were their lordship and manager Zongling. They were extremely respectful. Without any obstructions, they galloped all the way to the gates of the castle. Open the gates! Dongbu Shuang shouted from atop his horse. Ah, it's the lord! The patrolling soldiers quickly recognized him. Quickly lower the drawbridge and open the gates of the castle. Young Master Qingshi, the Lord has returned, the Lord has returned. Within the castle, there were also servants shouting as they quickly went to report. Rumble, the drawbridge was slowly lowered, and the gates of the castle were pushed open by the soldiers. When the gates were opened, Dongbu Shuang glanced over from atop his horse and saw a boy wearing thick clothes that looked like a little bear galloping towards him. Big brother. Qingshi's eyes lit up with excitement. Haha. Dongbu Shuang got off his horse and handed it over to a nearby soldier. He immediately laughed as he watched Qingshi gallop and carry his little brother. Although he was carrying the Wolf King's fur, which weighed almost 2,000 jin, Dongbu Shuang was a powerful knight who could stand on his arms. How easy was it for him to carry his little brother? Big brother, you said that you would be back in 10 to 15 days. It's been a total of 18 days. Qingshi hurriedly said. Including the time spent on the journey, it had indeed been 18 days. Sorry for the delay. Have you eaten dinner? Dongbu Shuang asked. I was just about to eat when I heard Big Brother returning. Qingshi was excited, following which his eyes lit up. Big Brother, what kind of fur are you carrying? It's so beautiful, so white and so soft. He even stretched out his hand to touch it. This fur isn't completely cleaned yet. When it's done, I'll let you play with it. Dongbu Shuang said. Come, let's go eat dinner. Carrying his little brother, he walked into the castle. At this moment, there was another person at the castle gate. It was the majestic lion man, Tong San. Tong San was grinning from ear to ear. He was really happy. Seeing Zhongling and Shui-Ing return, and even carrying the huge fur of the Silver Moon Wolf King on their backs, he knew that this trip would definitely be a great success. With his eyesight from many years of adventuring, he could immediately tell that the fur belonged to the Silver Moon Wolf King. An ordinary wolf wouldn't have such a big fur, not even this beautiful. Uncle Zong, Uncle Tong, let's go eat together, Dongbu Shui-Ing said. Let's go together. Tong San and Zhongling also laughed. Ho ho, big brother is back. Being carried by Dongbu Shui-Ing, Qing Shi cheered happily. On the other side, the backbone of the Bent Blade Union had been annihilated. There were heavy casualties. The remaining small fries naturally took the treasures from their lair and fled in all directions. After they escaped, the news of the Bent Blade Union being eradicated by the young leader of the Snow Eagle territory spread like wildfire. Late at night, Water Wright's town, Dragon Mount Manor. Lord C and the white-haired old man, you two, stood outside the door of a house. The black-haired middle-aged man yawned. Half asleep, he casually said, You two, why did you wake me up in the middle of the night? Lord C.N., something big happened in our Water Wright's town. The white-haired old man whispered. Something big? What big thing? Lord C.N. was puzzled. The Bent Blade Union has been annihilated. The white-haired old man said softly. Lord C.N. was stunned. Bent Blade Union, the largest and most powerful group of bandits in Water Wright's town, led by the powerful meteor knight, Bent Blade Gubin, with a group of heaven-rank mages and knights. The Bent Blade Union had been annihilated? Is the news correct? Lord C and couldn't believe it. The Bent Blade Union, led by Gubin? The entire Bent Blade Union is very cunning. They would flee at the first sign of trouble. They were annihilated. Yes, it was the Bent Blade Union, led by Gubin. The white-haired old man nodded. Even Gubin himself was killed. All of the Bent Blade Union's heaven-rank mages, earth-rank mages, and even the majority of the ordinary knights and mages were all annihilated. Moreover, they were annihilated by a single person. Who? Lord Cian asked. It is the young lord who was rumored to be obsessed with his spear, the white-haired old man said in a low voice. Dongbu Shuang. Lord Cian was shocked. A single person annihilated the entire Bent Blade Union? What kind of strength did he have? He was at least a meteor knight, maybe even a silver moon knight. Where is the detailed file? Lord Cian asked. Here it is. The white-haired old man immediately handed over the file. The news has just arrived. Our Dragon Mount Manor has already captured a few ordinary bandits from the Bent Blade Union. Tomorrow we will bring them to see the Lord. Lord, see and flip through the file. He was no longer tired, and his whole body was extremely awake. Dragon Mountain Manor's intelligence network was the largest. The preliminary report had already recorded the situation at the time. If the information is true, then the current #1 expert of Water Wright's town is this young lord. Lord C and whispered, I really can't imagine it. How old is he? The couple Dongbo Lai and Emoyang Yu gave birth to an amazing son. Chapter 26. The morning of the second day. Water Wright's town, by Yuan Ji's residence. The window was open, and the northern winter wind was bone-chilling, blowing into the empty, quiet room. Dressed in a loose white robe and barefoot, Great Wizard by Yuan Ji was sitting cross-legged in the quiet room, letting the cold wind blow, his face even turning red from the cold. What's wrong? Why would the test subject's body collapse? Bai Yuan Ji kept thinking about the problems he encountered during the night of experiments. Suddenly, Teacher, the leader of the Snow Eagle territory, is here to visit. A timid voice came from outside. Everyone knew that the great mage did not like to be disturbed in the morning when he was meditating. Of course, it was fine if he did not like it. When he was experimenting, it was absolutely forbidden to disturb him, unless something big happened. That young leader? Bai Yuanji was slightly stunned and a little confused. It had not been long since Dongbua Shui visited him. Could it be that he had already obtained the Silver Moon Wolf King's heart or 50,000 gold coins? Quick, invite him in. Bai Yuanji immediately got up and went to the living room to welcome him. Bai Yuanji stood at the entrance of the living room to welcome him. A young man dressed in black, carrying a weapon box, walked over, causing Bai Yuanji to be secretly afraid. This young leader's aura was even more restrained. But a great mage's mental strength was strong, and how sensitive were their senses. He could completely feel the aura that seemed to be restrained, but was even more frightening. Great mage. Dongbua Shui smiled. My lord, please. Bai Yuanji was also very polite. The two of them sat down. My lord, this time you came here. Bai Yuanji looked at Dongbua Shui. Great mage, please take a look. Dongbua Shui flipped his hand, and a metal box appeared in his palm. The metal box immediately emitted a faint fishy smell. Dongbua Shui handed the metal box over. Bai Yuanji immediately guessed what it was. His body trembled in excitement, and he quickly reached out to receive it. He gently opened it. Inside was the Silver Moon Wolf King's heart, and it was very fresh. It had only been a day since he killed the Silver Moon Wolf King, and it had been stored in the storage pendant without any air. This heart was extremely fresh. Silver Moon heart? I feel like it was harvested less than an hour ago. Bai Yuanji was excited. He wanted the Silver Moon heart more than the 50,000 gold coins. Because even if he had 50,000 gold coins, he would only be able to buy some materials at most. But this heart of the Silver Moon could allow him to quickly complete a work that he had always wanted to complete. However, buying a fresh Silver Moon heart was something that could only be chanced upon. How could it be so coincidental that someone had gone to the mountain range of desolation and killed the Silver Moon Wolf King so quickly? He had already prepared everything for this experiment, but he had waited 8 years for the Silver Moon heart to no avail. If he hired someone to kill the Silver Moon Wolf King, he would be, and would be. If he, King Mage, she said. Only then did Bai Yuanji suppress his ecstasy. Raising his head, he said, Lord, please be at ease. Since Lord has delivered the Silver Moon heart, I will give it to you. I, Bai Yuanji, will definitely do my best to teach your brother and accept him as my direct disciple. As long as his spiritual energy reaches the threshold, I can guarantee that he will be able to become a wizard. Since he had received such a treasure, he naturally had to do it well. I'll have to trouble you then, great master. Dongbua Shui smiled. I wonder when my younger brother will be able to come over. Anytime, Bai Yuanji said as he took out a wooden tablet from his bosom. The wooden tablet had the word Bai on it. This is a keepsake. Your younger brother can bring this keepsake over. Dongbua Shui nodded. He was not afraid that Bai Yuanji would act shamelessly. This Bai Yuanji would also not turn hostile after taking the treasure. After all, to be able to deliver a fresh Silver Moon heart in such a short period of time, it would not be difficult for him to secretly kill him. After all, the difficulty of killing a Silver Moon Wolf King was no less than killing a meteor-rank great wizard. I'll send my younger brother over after the new year. I'll be troubling you then. Dongbua Shui put away the token and stood up. I'll take my leave too. Bai Yuanji also stood up to send him off. Watching Dongbua Shui leave, Bai Yuanji held the metal box and thought to himself, this young lord said that he would deliver a Silver Moon heart or 50,000 gold coins within a month. Now that he has delivered it so quickly and the Silver Moon heart is so fresh, it's obvious that he just killed a Silver Moon Wolf King. Who killed it? The Snow Eagle territory does not have such a strong expert. Zhongling and Tong San were already famous, but they could not kill a Silver Moon Wolf King. Is it this young lord? by Yuanji guessed. He had seen Zhongling before. Although the six-armed serpent demon Zhongling was an expert, he did not make him feel threatened. This young lord was the only one that he could not see through. Dongbo Shueying went to return the 10,000 gold coins he owed for buying the Fei Shue, godly spear. He then brought his subordinates and quickly returned to the Snow Eagle territory. He entered the castle through the main gate. Along the way, the soldiers and servants were incomparably respectful. Brother, you actually did not bring me to Water Rights Town this morning. Qingshi was on the 3rd floor of the castle, leaning on the railing as he looked down. When I left, you were still sleeping. Dongbo Shueying jumped, and with a whoosh he landed next to his brother on the 3rd floor. He took out the token in his hand and handed it to his brother. Qingshi, look, what is this? Qingshi looked at the wooden token in confusion. Wooden token, what is it for? There is a Bai character on it. This is the token of the Great Mage by Yuanji. After the new year, you can go to the Great Mage and become his personal disciple. Dongbo Shueying said, "Ah, the Great Mage is willing to accept me as his personal disciple? Ahaha." Qingshi was so excited that he shook his, but this is too good, too good. But brother, does that mean that I won't be able to see you? Qingshi was a little reluctant. Ha ha ha. How far is Water Rights Town from here? You can come back to see me at any time, and I can also come back to see you. Dongbo Shueying laughed. Yes. Qingshi nodded his head. He had already read many books about mages left behind by his mother, and was also looking forward to his life as a mage. That afternoon, heavy snow was falling from the sky. As the northernmost province of the empire, snowy weather was all too common. Shueying was currently sitting cross-legged in his house, looking at the fluttering snow outside. After his spear techniques had reached the Great Master Realm, even though he still had to spend 2 hours a day to cultivate, in reality, the purpose of cultivating was to stimulate the growth of his muscles and bones. Wanting to improve his spear techniques? At this time, what he needed was to comprehend the nature of heaven and earth. Using the nature of heaven and earth as his teacher, he needed to comprehend it. Master, there is someone outside who claims to be the Lord of Dragon Mountain Manor. He wants to pay his respects to Master. The servant outside was panting from running. Dragon Mountain Manor? Dongbo Shueying's eyes flashed. He knew some information about Dragon Mountain Manor. This was a very mysterious organization that spread throughout the entire empire. The position of the Lord of Water Rights Town's Dragon Mountain Manor was no less than that of the Lord of Water Rights Town. He immediately got up and rushed to the main gate of the castle to personally welcome them. Open the gate and let the honored guest in. Dongbo Shueying arrived at the main gate of the castle. The group of people blocked outside was led by a black-haired middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. Beside him was a white-haired old man, and behind them was a group of heaven-ranked knight guards. Ha! I have long heard of the great name of Spear Demon, Dongbo Shueying. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. The black-haired middle-aged man smiled. I am the Lord of Water Rights Town's Dragon Mountain Manor. Lord Xian. Greetings, Lord Xian. Dongbo Shueying was also very polite. Lord Xian, please come in. Dongbo Shueying and Lord Xian walked side by side, while the others followed behind. Lord Xian, why have you braved the snow to come here? Dongbo Shueying asked with a smile as he walked. My lord, you single-handedly eradicated the Bent Blade Union. Do you still want to hide such a big event? My lord, yesterday you carried the Silver Moon Wolf King's fur and ran for more than 900 li. Many people have seen it. Do you still want to hide the fact that you killed the Silver Moon Wolf King? Lord Xian asked with a smile. Dongbo Shueying was secretly surprised. Everything that he did yesterday. Today, Lord Xian seemed to know everything. Dragon Mount Manor was really powerful. Of course, I came here today to deliver the bounty for killing the wanted criminal Gubin. More importantly, I came to deliver my Dragon Mountain Manor's Black Iron Order. Lord Xian said, Black Iron Order? Dongbua Shuiying's heart slightly trembled. I have waited for this day. I have waited for too long. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Inside the castle, inside a pavilion in the corridor. Dongbua Shuiying and Lord Xian sat opposite each other. A servant served them some snacks and hot tea. Zhongling, Tongsan, you two, and the others were waiting in the corridor outside the pavilion. Lord Xian held the hot tea and gently took a sip while looking at the snow outside the pavilion. My lord, your place is quiet and comfortable. It's really a good place. The city is too noisy with people coming and going. Even when you sleep, you can hear the noise outside. Lord Xian smiled. When I retire, I will also find a quiet place to enjoy myself. Dongbua Shuiying laughed. Many people want to be in a high position, but can't. High position? You are only the person in charge of a small county Dragon Mountain manor. What high position? Lord Xian said as he took out a small stack of gold notes. This is 800 gold coins. This is Gubin's bounty. Although it's not much, it still has to be paid. Dongbua Shuiying took it. Criminals wanted by the Empire, generally only those who are at least star rank or those who have committed heinous crimes would have a bounty. Ordinary bandits are not qualified to have a bounty on their heads. This is the Black Iron Order. Lord Xian took out a black token with the words Dragon Mount on it. The citizens of the Empire, generally those who have reached the meteor rank, will receive this Black Iron Order. Meteor rank Black Iron Order? Dongbua Shuiying thought. There are two main types of tokens. Lord Xian casually said, one is the Black Iron Order, and the other is the Bronze Order. Those who have reached the meteor rank will receive the Black Iron Order, and those who have reached the legend rank will receive the Bronze Order. Above that is the Transcendent rank. Transcendent rank, that is the true strength of our Xia people and the entire empire. Of course, that is a completely different world, so there is no need to say more. Take this. This is the Black Iron Order that belongs to you. It is very useful. Lord Xian placed the Black Iron Order in front of Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying looked at it carefully. Other than the two words Dragon Mountain, there were some complicated runes on the black token. The runes were very natural and harmonious, and looked very beautiful. Xian casually flipped his hand and handed over a scroll. This is the Empire newspaper compiled by our Dragon Mountain Manor. It generally records some of the major events of the Empire and mainly introduces the details of the entire Azure River County. For example, you could kill a Silver Moon Wolf King and wipe out the entire Bent Blade Union. It will be recorded in the next issue of the Empire's newspaper. All the experts in the entire Azure River County will be able to read the newspaper. Oh! Dongbua Shuiying picked it up and flipped through it. The entire newspaper had more than a dozen sheets of paper. There was only a single sheet of paper that recorded anything outside of the Azure River County. The rest were all about the Azure River County. Dragon Mountain Calendar, year 9623, 19th of November. On the third day of entering the mountain range of desolation, the 5th Division of the Azure River County encountered an awakened rank 6 magical beast, Dark Demon Bear. 2,000-men platoons were completely annihilated. Dragon Mountain Calendar, year 9623, 10th of November. Within the Azure River County's flat sky city, a transcendent appeared. It was a barefooted, white-haired old man dressed in rags. 5th of November. Xi Clan and Zhang Clan united by marriage. The newspaper recorded all the important news of the Azure River County. It was so important that even the annual calendar was written. As for the interesting news, the newspaper was much more casual. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes widened. It turned out that there were so many things happening in the Azure River County. Lord Xian, a transcendent, actually appeared in the flat sky city. Dongbua Shui-ing asked curiously. It only appeared for a moment before disappearing. Lord Cian laughed. Transcendent existences are high above the masses. What they pursue is different from what we mortals pursue. This kind of ascetic travel is quite common. Recording it in the newspaper is to let the various families pay attention to it. Don't offend a transcendent. Once offended, the sky would collapse. The entire family might even be destroyed. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. That's right. Casually bullying a beggar on the side of the road, only to discover that the beggar was actually a transcendent. Wouldn't that scare him to death? Transcendent existences are extremely rare. In the entire 19 provinces of the empire, there are only a few transcendents. Take our Azure River County, for example. Although it's quite big, there isn't even a single transcendent here. Lord Cian shook his head. This is the Empire's newspaper. It's a monthly publication. If you have nothing to do, you can read it often. This way, you can understand the big and small events of the Empire. You can also know which forces you cannot afford to offend. The newspaper is a source of amusement. Next, I'll give you more and more important. This is the second most important thing. It's 2 lists. Lord Cian's expression turned serious. With a flip of his hand, 2 books appeared in his hands. One book had a black cover with the words Dragon Mountain. The cover of the other book was blood red, and there was only a drawing of a blade dripping with blood on it. 2 lists? Dongbua Shui incuriously looked at them. This is the Dragon Mountain list, compiled by our Dragon Mountain Manor. The other is the Bloodshed list, compiled by the Bloodshed Tavern. Lord Cian said. Dongbua Shui-ing took the 2 thick books. First, he flipped open the Black Dragon Mountain list. On top of it was the ranking. From the first to the last, there were densely packed names with some simple introductions. The Bloodshed list, it's an assassin list. Lord Cian's words made Dongbua Shui-ing startled. Assassin list? Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the blood-red book. Yes, the Bloodshed Tavern's background is extremely mysterious. Even our Dragon Mountain Manor is unwilling to provoke them. In the entire empire, there is a Bloodshed Tavern in every city. Lord Cian said, according to the actual achievements of the assassins, the Bloodshed Tavern compiled this list. The names on this list are almost all code names. After all, the assassins usually hide their identities. The other Dragon Mountain list is more authoritative and is valued by all the experts in the Empire. Lord Cian revealed a proud expression. The Dragon Mountain list is compiled by our Dragon Mountain Manor. It includes the top 3,000 bronze ranked experts in the entire Empire's 19 provinces. Lord Cian said, from the 1st to the 3rd thousand, they are all carefully considered by our Dragon Mountain Manor. Based on their achievements and various other factors, they are ranked in detail. The entire Empire's 3,000-strong experts? Dongbua Shui-ing's eyes lit up. Bronze rank. Only those with the strength of a legend rank are qualified to obtain a bronze list. There are 3,000 recorded on this list. There are only so many transcendents in the Empire, so there is no need to compile a list. Lord Cian said, as for those below the transcendent rank, they are only one step away from becoming a transcendent. Among them, there are some who are brilliant and have strength comparable to a transcendent. Looking at the entire Empire, the number of legend ranks is relatively large. In the entire Azure River County, there are a total of 12 bronze ranked experts. There are a total of 5 who can enter the Dragon Mountain list. Lord Cian said. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded slightly. The Dragon Mountain list has a limit of 3,000. Not every bronze ranked expert can enter the list. Among these 5, the 5th is called Chongqing Zhe, ranked 2895 in the Dragon Mountain list. The 4th is called Zhang Yong, ranked 2822 in the Dragon Mountain list. The third is called Dan Chin, ranked 1259 in the Dragon Mountain list. The second is called Si Liang Hong, ranked 569 in the Dragon Mountain list. The first is called Xiang Peng Yin, ranked 525 in the Dragon Mountain list. Lord Si and easily reported the detailed rankings of these 5 people. Chapter 28. Lord Si and continued. Si Liang Hong is a legend, rank, mage who has lived for more than 500 years. It is reasonable to say that a normal mortal's lifespan does not exceed 200 years. However, Si Liang Hong successfully transformed herself into a blood demon, so her lifespan is very long. This old witch, who has lived for more than 500 years, her strength is unfathomable. The blood demon tower she cultivates and is filled with countless dangers. Even transcendents are unwilling to enter. The Sea clan is also the #1 clan in the entire Azure River County. The governor of Azure River County, the general of the city guards, as well as the city lords of Water Rights Town, Wind City, and many other counties, almost 80 to 90% of them are from the Sea clan. Many of the important positions are also held by the Sea clan. In other words, in Azure River County, the Sea clan covers the sky with one hand. Lord Si said calmly. Dongbua Shueing was shocked. The governor, the general, the city lords, so many important positions are held by the Sea clan. The entire empire has always been like this. This is not the mortal world, but the world of transcendence. Lord Si said, although Si Liang Hong old, which is not a transcendent, she is close to one. She also has a good relationship with some of the transcendents. So she obtained the power to manage Azure River County. All the power is in the hands of the Sea clan. So, if the Sea clan says you are guilty, you are not guilty. If the Sea clan says you are not guilty, you are not guilty. Dongbua Shueing was shocked. This, have you forgotten? Although your parents were nobles, weren't they also captured because of an imperial edict? Lord Si said. Dongbua Shueing's face slightly sank. Transcendents can issue decrees. Within a certain range, they can go beyond the law. Lord Si said, the Mo Yang clan has a transcendent? Dongbua Shueing asked. Saving his parents was something he had always pursued. There is a transcendent, but he is a pseudo-transcendent. Lord Si said, this pseudo-transcendent strength is the lowest among the transcendents. I am afraid that Si Liang Hong, old witch, or that madman Xiang Pengyan's strength is comparable to the Mo Yang clan's transcendent. Pseudo-transcendent? Dongbua Shueing was confused. The Mo Yang clan has a long history. The founder of the clan was an extremely powerful transcendent. However, after the death of that transcendent, the Mo Yang clan declined. Fortunately, they had a deep foundation. 10 years ago, a legend knight from their clan used some tricks to enter the transcendent realm. However, that was only the lowest transcendent realm. Some of the top legend knights could even defeat them. Dongbua Shueing immediately remembered. He had read about the wood-chopping knight who had awakened his primordial bloodline. That woodcutter knight had killed a transcendent with a single swing of his axe when he was still a legend ranker. It was completely possible for a legend ranker to defeat a transcendent. When the woodcutter knight became a transcendent, he became even more invincible among transcendents and was honored as the strongest transcendent of that era. Transcendent matters are too far away. Lord Si laughed. What I want to tell you is that you must never offend a legend ranker. Every single legend ranker possesses a terrifying strength. Si Liang Hong and Xiang Pengyan are the 2 most terrifying existences in Azure River County. The 2 of them are the 2 skies of Azure River County. The Sea clan is deeply rooted. Xiang Pengyan is an extremely terrifying madman. Lord Si said, Madman? Dongbua Shueing was puzzled. Yes, Lord Si said, on the bloodshed list, there are very few people who reveal their real names. However, Xiang Pengyin is one of those who reveal his real name. He loves to kill, and because he always accepts a mission from the Bloodshed Tavern, killing is not a crime for him. Killing is not a crime for the Bloodshed Tavern's mission? Dongbo Shuang was puzzled. You can also go to the Bloodshed Tavern to issue a mission. However, the bounty for the mission will be set by the Bloodshed Tavern. The Bloodshed Tavern will take 80% of the bounty, and the remaining 20% will be given to the killer. Lord Xian said, "The bounty set by the Bloodshed Tavern will be based on the target's title, strength, background, and many other aspects. The price will be very high." Lord Xian lowered his voice. "Let me tell you this. The Bloodshed Tavern has existed for tens of thousands of years in this world's history. It and the Temple of the Earth God are the two most ancient forces." Dongbo Shuang nodded. There were gods in this world. The Temple of the Earth God was a temple that appeared not long after the birth of this world. Its history was almost the same as the history of this world. It was also the only temple that was recognized by the Empire. The others were all demons and demons. The Bloodshed Tavern only served the assassins, and it was also ancient. Lord Xian said, "Xiang Pengyin is a terrifying madman, but it is very rare to meet him, unless someone in the Bloodshed Tavern puts a bounty on your life. But the Sea Clan is different. The Sea Clan has infiltrated almost every aspect of the Azure River County, so it is very easy to meet someone from the Sea Clan. If you meet someone from the Sea Clan, you have to endure. After all, they can easily find a reason to capture you. Unless you have the strength of a legend ranker and obtain the Bronze Order." Lord Xian laughed. "Then you will have a lot of power, and the Sea Clan has no right to deal with you. If you become a transcendent, the Sea Clan will tremble in fear in front of you. The premise is that you are a normal transcendent and not a pseudo-transcendent. The power of the Bronze Order." Dongbo Shuang asked curiously. "Yes, this is what I want to talk about next. The Black Iron Order not only represents your identity, but also represents some special power." Lord Xian said as he turned his hand. A thick book and a file appeared in his hand. Lord Xian handed the file to Dongbo Shuang. "The reason why we, the Xia people, can stand tall in this world is because of countless strong warriors. So a long time ago, a great master alchemist of the Xia people set the rules. Many things that require blood and sweat are divided into different levels for the strong warriors to carry out. If you succeed, you can obtain merit points. Merit points can be used to exchange for almost anything you want." Lord Xian handed another thick book to Dongbo Shuang. "This is the exchange grimoire. From some common things like gold coins to many magical things, even if you want to kill a transcendent, or even become the emperor of the whole empire. As long as you contribute enough to the Xia clan and accumulate enough contribution points, you can also become an emperor." Dongbo Shuang was stunned. The rules set by the master alchemist of the Xia people were too domineering. If you have enough merit points, you can achieve anything? What about saving my parents? Dongbo Shuang couldn't help but ask. If you have enough merit points, you can destroy the Mo Yang clan with just a word, not to mention saving your parents. Lord Xian shook his head and laughed. "Of course, everything needs merit points. It depends on how much merit you can achieve for the human race. These are all Black Iron level tasks. The merit points reward are very small. Do you want to destroy the Mo Yang clan with just these merit points? Even if you work hard for 10,000 years, you won't have any hope." Dongbo Shuang looked at the file. There were many tasks on it. For example, killing a certain bandit. The reward is 10 merit points. For example, entering the mountain range of desolation to find a special necklace. The reward is 50 merit points. Lord Xian looked at Dongbo Shuang and said, "This Black Iron task list and the exchange grimoire are the most important. You can take a closer look. As long as you obtain more than 1,000 merit points, you will automatically be exempted from most laws. Only some of the Empire's iron laws cannot be violated. After all, even if a transcendent can violate most laws, there are still some iron laws that they cannot violate. 1,000 merit points. Dongbua Shueing was speechless. Killing Gubin, on the other hand, was only worth 10 merit points. Going to the mountain range of desolation to find the lost treasure was dangerous, time-consuming, and the result was not guaranteed. Only 50 merit points. How difficult would it be to gather 1,000 merit points? The reward for black iron level tasks are usually between 10 to 100 merit points. Lord Cian laughed. The lowest reward for bronze level tasks is 1,000 merit points. I want to ask, how can I save my parents? Dongbua Shueing asked. There are many methods in the exchange grimoire. Lord Cian said, but you have to find a method that costs the least amount of merit points. This way, I will immediately investigate the current situation of your parents through our Dragon Mount to Manners intelligence network. Based on the situation of your parents, I will find a way to save them. Dongbua Shueing couldn't hide his excitement. Okay, I will have to trouble Lord Cian. Please quickly investigate the current situation of my parents. Leave it to me. Because the Moyang clan is located in the eastern province, it will take a little more time. I estimate that in about a month, I will be able to investigate the current situation of your parents. When the time comes, I will help you find the easiest way to save them. Lord Cian said. Thank you. Dongbua Shueing's heart beat faster. Father, Mother, how are you doing now? Okay, then I will take my leave. Lord Cian stood up. Every month, my Dragon Mount Manor will send you a copy of the Empire's newspaper and a list of tasks. You can accept any task at any time and contribute to the Xiao people. Chapter 29. Dongbua Shueing. Zhongling and Tong San stood at the entrance of the castle, watching as the Dragon Mountain Manor people left. Then they turned around and walked into the castle. Uncle Zong, Uncle Tong. The snow under Shueing's feet made creaking sounds as he said softly, I've also obtained this black iron order. It's time for you to tell me what happened to Father and Mother. Zhongling and Tong San looked at each other. Your Uncle Tong should tell you. He has always been with your mother, so he knows more details. Zhongling said, I only heard it from your mother. Snow Eagle. Tong San looked at the sky full of fluttering snow. I originally lived in a remote lion man tribe, but one day our tribe was targeted. A strong caravan wanted to capture us, and those who resisted were all killed. After we were caught, we were labeled as traitors and became slaves. Traitors? Dongbua Shueing was shocked. There were very few slaves in the empire. Only those who committed major crimes, such as commoners killing nobles or directly rebelling, those who betrayed the entire empire. In short, only those who committed heinous crimes would become slaves. Don't be surprised. The empire has been around for more than 9,000 years and has long since decayed. Moreover, there are many powerful families that control the empire, so there are many shady things. As long as it is not out in the open, no one will take it seriously. Moreover, for a weak lion man tribe like ours, without any evidence, who will stand up for us? Tong San sneered. I became a slave, sold to the Moyang clan. The Moyang clan is a very strong clan in the Eastfield province. The Eastfield province's Bellfeather County is completely controlled by the Moyang clan. Moreover, this control has been going on for more than 1,000 years. Lion Man Tong San said, our slaves were randomly given names Tongda, Tong Air, Tong San, Tong Si, Tong Wu. I was one of them, Tong San. The young masters and misses of the Moyang clan came to choose, and I met your mother. Lion Man Tong San's face revealed a trace of a smile. Your mother was still young, only 13 years old, younger than you now. Dongbua Shueing silently listened at the side. Master is carefree, playing happily every day, not scheming against anyone, not even looking down on a slave like me. Even when I was injured by the subordinates of the other young masters of the Mo Yang clan, my master was so anxious that he cried, but he still stood up for me in anger. Lion Man Tong Sen looked up at the snowflakes in the sky. These are all trivial matters. I originally thought that I would live in the Mo Yang clan for the rest of my life. But who would have thought that when Master was 24 years old, the Mo Yang clan would forcefully arrange a marriage for Master? The other party of the marriage was an old man who was already 152 years old. 152 years old? Dongbua Shui Ing widened his eyes. His mother was only in her early 20s. And the other side was 152 years old? What kind of joke was this? It said that the clan is even more powerful than the Mo Yang clan, and is one of the top 3 clans in the East Domain province. The Mo Yang clan is shameless enough to send a young girl of their direct line of descent for marriage. Lion Man Tong San said, Master has never been wronged since she was a child. How could she bear such a thing? She took advantage of a chance to go out for a walk and quickly escaped. Escaped from Bellfeather County, and even escaped from the East Domain province. After a long journey, she finally arrived at the tranquil Sun province. I followed Master, and thus began my adventuring career. Very quickly, I met Zhongling and also your father, Dongbua Lai. Ha! Those adventuring years were really wonderful. Wandering between life and death, we entrusted our lives to each other. This is how our friendship was formed. Later on, your mother was worried that your father and the others would be implicated, so she revealed her own background. Lion Man Tong Sen said. Zhongling also nodded. Later on, we heard about the Mo Yang clan from your mother. We didn't even care about life and death, so why would we be afraid of the Mo Yang clan? Haha, of course, we still roamed together. Later on, your father and Master got together. Lion Man Tong Sen laughed. Even when she became pregnant and had you, she decided to stop adventuring and find a place to settle down. Thus, she came to your father's hometown, Azure River County. You know what happened next. We stayed in Azure River County peacefully for 8 years, but the Mo Yang clan still came and took your parents away. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded lightly. So everything was like this. It was one thing for a big clan to forcefully arrange a marriage, but to actually arrange it for a 152-year-old man? Even for a legend ranker, being able to live to 200 years old was already an amazing feat normally. They would die at the age of 170 or 180. The Mo Yang clan is an ancient clan with over 1,000 years of history, and the clan rules are very strict. Lion Man Tong San said, your mother dared to run away, which is a violation of the clan rules. Naturally, the Mo Yang clan will punish her severely. I don't understand. Zhongling sneered. These big clans, don't they feel ashamed to sacrifice their clansmen like this? Or is it that the old men in charge of these big clans simply don't care about the younger generation? Zhongling, the Mo Yang clan has been around for over 1,000 years. How many clansmen are there? That's in the tens of thousands. Sacrificing 1 or 2 of the younger generation is nothing. Lion Man Tong San said. Humph, Dongbua Shui Ing said coldly. If they are strong enough, there is no need to let the younger generation of the clan marry an old man who is already over 100 years old. If the clan is really ruined, then so be it. Using this kind of disgusting marriage to consolidate the clan's position. Disgusting. It was not that he was standing on his mother's side, but Dongbua Shui Ing indeed had such thoughts. If you are strong, then others will coax you. If you are weak, then let nature take its course and ruin it. There is no such thing as an everlasting clan. The Mo Yang clan has even sent out an order to capture your parents. How can we save them now? Tong Sen shook his head. You have contacted the Dragon Mountain Manor. Do you have any ideas? Zhongling asked. Tong Sen also looked at Dongbua Shui Ing. There is no accurate information yet. Let's wait for another month. Dongbua Shui Ing said, according to the clan's strength. In the whole empire, there were a total of 19 provinces, including the land provinces and the ocean provinces. For example, the Tranquil Sun province's strongest, Eternal Wind Knight, Chi Chiobai's clan, that was the #1 clan in the Tranquil Sun province. Their influence could practically influence the entire province. This was the first-class clan in the empire. For example, the Azure River County Sea clan. For example, the East Province's Bellfeather County's Mo Yang clan was a clan that controlled a county. The Sea clan's strongest, Si Liang Hong, was a legend rank mage whose body had turned into a blood demon. The Mo Yang clan's strongest was a pseudo-transcendent. This kind of clan that controlled a county could only be considered a second-rate clan in the empire. My current Do Chi is only at the Earth rank Knight level. With the power of my primordial blood meridians and my spear arts, I have the strength of a Silver Moon Knight. Dongbua Shueing thought to himself, in the future, I can definitely surpass Si Liang Hong, surpass that pseudo-transcendent. Just like the woodcutter knight who had awakened his primordial blood meridians, he had killed a transcendent with a single swing of his axe. This was what he wanted to achieve. If he had such strength, perhaps even without him saying anything, the Mo Yang clan would obediently lower their heads and send his parents back. I wonder how father and mother are doing right now. Dongbua Shueing was also very anxious. He was very worried about his parents' current situation, worried that something had happened to them. If something really happened, Dongbua Shueing didn't even dare to think about it. He only knew that he would definitely make the Mo Yang clan regret. In another month, there will be news from Dragon Mountain Manor. Dongbua Shueing could only suppress his anxiety. Time passed day by day. Half a month later, his younger brother's teacher, by Yuan He, actually came to Snorrock Castle. Great mage, why have you come? If there's anything, just send someone to pass the message. Dongbua Shueing personally greeted him at the castle gates. Haha, so the Silver Moon Wolf King was really killed by you, my lord. I had suspected it before, but now the entire Water Rights town has heard that the Bent Blade Union coveted your Silver Moon Wolf King fur, and in the end, they were destroyed by your spear. Now, everyone is saying that you are our Water Rights town's #1 expert. The white-robed elder, by Yuan Ji, said with a smile. Behind him, a group of disciples looked at Dongbua Shueing with curiosity and nervousness. Chapter 30. Haha, the great mage is too kind. Please come in. Let's sit down and chat. Dongbua Shueing laughed. All right. Bai Yuanji did not dare to treat Dongbua Shueing as a youth, because at such a young age he was already able to kill the Silver Moon Wolf King, which was protected by a pack of wolves, and was recognized as Water Rights Town's #1 expert. After a few more years, he could definitely step into the legend rank and become an influential figure in the entire Azure River County. With a stomp of his feet, the entire Azure River County would tremble. Moreover, it was said that this Dongbua Shueing was obsessed with the spear in the legends of many transcendents. There were some who were obsessed with painting, forging weapons, or staring blankly at the sky every day. Suddenly, they would wake up and step into the transcendent realm. Since young, he has been so crazy, and now he is so strong. In the future, it is entirely possible for him to step into the legend rank. Who knows when he will step into the transcendent realm? Bai Yuan Ji secretly muttered. Of course, this was just a random thought. Of those crazy people who tried to comprehend the heavens and earth, only a few could become transcendents. The two of them walked side by side. After entering the living room, they sat down. Zhongling and Tong Sen also accompanied them. When I heard the news from outside, I was still in shock. In just 2 to 3 moves, you killed the infamous Gubin. You even caused the entire Bent Blade Alliance to collapse. I, Bai Yuanji, have lived for so long, but I have only heard of the proud sons of some great families who are so powerful at such a young age. Seeing it with my own eyes is the first time I have seen it. Bai Yuanji smiled. Did the great mage come here today just to praise me? Dongbua Shueing said. He did not care about those proud sons and daughters of the great clans who used large amounts of resources to cultivate them. He was also not arrogant, because his goal had always been to become a transcendent. Compared to the great transcendents recorded in the legends, he was still very ordinary. Ha ha ha! I came here today because I have something to ask of the Lord. Bai Yuanji said, Great Mage, please speak. If I can help, I will naturally do my best. Dongbua Shueing said, It's like this. My mansion in Water Rights Town is often disturbed by some nobles. I can't stand it. Bai Yuanji sighed. Moreover, there are some other mages who are interested in some of my research, so there are often some thieves who want to steal some of my results. Because of the silver moon heart that you gave me, my research has finally reaped great rewards. I, too, am afraid of many little troubles. Therefore, I plan to move away from Water Rights Town. Move out of Water Rights Town? Dongbua Shueing was surprised. Then, Great Mage, have you chosen a place to live? His younger brother was going to learn from a master. Haha, aren't we here to beg the Lord? I want to choose a place on your Snorrock Mountain and build a small house to live in. Bai Yuanji laughed. My lord, this place of yours is secluded, and it is also at the top of a mountain. On the mountain road, one man can hold the pass against 10,000 enemies, and there are also many checkpoints. It would be difficult for some small thieves to enter. As for the nobles, those who take the trouble to travel hundreds of miles to come to my place are much rarer. It's just that I am a bit ashamed to disturb the Lord. Bai Yuanji said. Dongbua Shueing and Zhongling looked at each other. The two of them understood each other's thoughts. Haha, that's exactly what I want. My Snow Eagle territory also has a great mage overseeing it. It is my Snow Eagle territory's good fortune. Dongbua Shueing laughed. Snorrock Mountain has many peaks, and there are many empty places. Great Mage, you can choose any place you want. Bai Yuanji revealed a happy expression. He knew that he had a high chance of success, but since Dongbua Shueing agreed, he was still very happy. I will shamelessly choose one of the nearby peaks. No problem. Great Mage can start building at any time. If you need my help, just say the word. Dongbua Shueing said, Building a small house is very easy. Among my disciples, there are some who specialize in earth magic. Bai Yuanji smiled. Building a castle, building a majestic city. How difficult would it be to rely on mortals to chisel huge rocks and move them? As for those who specialize in earth magic, a powerful spell would naturally split the earth, and countless huge rocks would condense, making the construction much faster. For example, Dongbua Shueing's Snorrock Castle was originally built by other mages. Although his mother was a heaven-rank mage, she did not specialize in earth magic. Dongbua Shueing and Zhongling both stood in front of the railing and looked into the distance. Looking past the castle walls, they could see that on a mountain peak a few li away, a stone building was rapidly being built. Under the effect of magic, the surrounding soil and rocks quickly turned into flat boulders. The boulders flew up and began to build. Furthermore, the walls were glowing with water and flames, and the walls became smooth. Great Mage Bai Yuanji also began to carve some arrays on the surrounding walls. Snow Eagle, this Bai Yuanji coming here, will he bring us any trouble? Zhongling was a little worried. Don't worry. This Bai Yuanji has stayed in Water Rights Town for so many years and has not encountered any trouble. If he comes here, there won't be any trouble. Dongbua Shueing laughed. Even if there is trouble, it won't be too strong. If it's a legend ranker who comes looking for trouble, it's useless for him to come here. As long as it's not a legend ranker, there's nothing to worry about. Zhongling nodded. At this moment, Dongbua Shueing's mood was extremely good because with the great mage living here, Qingshi wouldn't need to leave his side to learn magic. Snorrock Mountain had many peaks. On the main peak was Snorrock Castle, and a few li away was the great mage's building. On the other side of Snorrock Mountain, 5 li away from the great mage's building, and 3 li away from the castle. On one of the secluded peaks, there was a newly built bamboo building. This bamboo building was personally built by Dongbu Shuang. As a master who had perfect control over his power, the bamboo building was very beautiful. From today onwards, I will spend most of my time in the bamboo building at the back of the mountain. Dongbu Shuang said to Zhongling, Tong San, and Qingshi, I'll have to trouble Uncle Zong with regards to the territory. If there's anything important that requires my help, you can look for me. Okay, Zhongling nodded. Brother, don't you feel bored living in the bamboo building from now on? Qingshi couldn't help but ask. Haha, it's not boring. Dongbu Shuang laughed. This was the idea he had after reaching the realm of Spear Grandmaster. After reaching the realm of Spear Grandmaster, he was able to sense the aura of nature more clearly. The growth of the grass, the heaviness of the earth, the agility of the wind, the fluttering of the leaves, everything made him feel amazed. After so many years, he didn't realize that nature was actually so beautiful. To him, living in a secluded bamboo building was a kind of enjoyment. Training in spear arts, there were different paths. For example, some soldiers had an ordinary foundation. They trained in life and death situations and discovered many flaws in their spear arts. Then they constantly improved and perfected it. Eventually, they reached the realm of one with the spear and became a spear grandmaster. In the end, they still had to walk on the path of nature as their teacher. Dongbu Shuang was different. He didn't like to force himself in life and death situations. Instead, he spent his time training to discover his own flaws and perfecting them. This kind of incomparably solid foundation could only be achieved by cultivating crazily and crazily. This allowed his spear arts foundation to be incomparably solid. Naturally, he stepped into the realm of one with the spear. During the battle with the shadow leopard, he was forced to the realm of one with the spear. Actually, even if he wasn't forced to a life and death situation, he would have naturally broken through in a year or two. Dongbu Shuang was more inclined towards this kind of accumulation, rather than taking risks in life and death situations. Brother, I'll come and find you often. Is that okay? Qingshi asked. Haha, anytime. If there's nothing, I'll come and find you. Dongbu Shuang laughed and teased. Zhongling looked at Dongbu Shuang, who was dressed in black, and sighed inwardly. Using nature as his teacher? It was easy to say, but without reaching the realm, he couldn't even touch the edge. From then on, Dongbu Shuang began to live in the secluded bamboo building behind Snorok Mountain. He began his days of fetching water, chopping wood, cooking, drinking spring water, meditating beside the spring, and practicing his spear arts in the bamboo forest. Monday, please give me a recommendation. I only need a few seconds. Chapter 31. The news that the Great Mage by Yuanji lived in Snorok Mountain quickly spread throughout the water rights territory. Snorok Mountain, on the mountain road. Stop. There was a checkpoint on the mountain road. Not everyone could enter Snorok Castle. A group of soldiers watched as a group of young men and women arrived at the checkpoint. These young men and women were dressed simply and had an ordinary temperament. With one glance, one could tell that they were ordinary civilians. What are you doing? A soldier shouted. Big brothers. A beautiful young woman said, We heard that the Great Mage lives on Snorok Mountain. Therefore, we wish to see the Great Mage and become his disciple. That's right. Big brothers, please make an exception and let us see the Great Mage. These young men said. They were all very young and full of hope for the future. How high was the status of a mage? They also wanted to become a mage. Humph! The captain in charge of this checkpoint, a thin, middle-aged man, sneered. Little brats, let me ask you, do you have the talent to be a mage? I don't know. When the Great Mage sees us, he will know if we have the talent or not. These young men and women said. What a joke! The thin, middle-aged man sneered. How precious is the great mage's time? How could he easily see you? Moreover, you don't even know if you have the talent to be a mage? Do you think the great mage will let you check one by one? Maybe one of us has a high talent and is loved by the great mage. A girl immediately said, All right, all right. The middle-aged soldier shook his head. Let's go. These days, I have seen many of you young people who love to dream. Young people see the reality. In order to learn Do Chi, I joined the army and experienced many life and death situations. Who do you think you are? Why would the great mage accept you as his disciple? To tell you the truth, the great mage has already ordered that he will not see any guests. He will not even meet the nobles, let alone you. The middle-aged soldier said, Ah, these young men looked at each other helplessly. These guards were loyal to their duty and did not let them in. No matter how they begged, it was useless. Not long after, a carriage flew over. Behind the carriage was a large group of cavalry. The carriage was magnificent and was faintly inlaid with arrays. No matter how fast the carriage flew, the carriage was incomparably stable. Stop! Snow Eagle soldiers continued to shout. We are from the Chow family of Yankee territory. Our master wants to visit your lord, the coachman said. Yankee territories, Chow clan. The soldiers looked at each other. There weren't many big clans in Water Rights Town. The Chow clan of Yun Chui territory could barely be ranked in the top 10. When the Snow Eagle territory was weak, the Chow clan was weaker. Now that Dongbua Shuang was recognized as the #1 expert in Water Rights Town, the gap between the Chow clan and Dongbua clan was even wider. No more than 10 soldiers can go up the mountain. The captain of the soldiers, a thin, middle-aged man, said, This is an order from the Lord. Please understand. This. The coachman hesitated. All right, Old Pan, the 5 of you follow me up the mountain. The rest of you stay here. A voice came from the carriage. Yes. The 5 powerful knights with extraordinary auras followed the carriage and passed through the checkpoint to go up the mountain. We're also going to pay a visit to the Lord. Let us go up the mountain. Among the young men and women who were unwilling to stay, a girl immediately said loudly, Humph, pay a visit to our Lord? The great magician doesn't want to see you, but our Lord wants to see you? The thin, middle-aged man shook his head and sneered. All right, just give up. Before the new year, Snow Rock Castle was unprecedentedly lively. There were some commoners who wanted to try their luck, but there were also many nobles who came to visit. Because the great magician didn't want to see any guests, they went to visit Dongbua Shuang. They wanted to ask Dongbua Shuang for help and let the great magician accept a disciple. They felt that since the great magician lived here, he must give some face to the Lord Dongbua Shuang. But Dongbua Shuang also didn't want to see any guests. Zongling helped to block them. In the morning, a male servant ran to the bamboo building at the back of the mountain, but the bamboo building was empty. He couldn't see Dongbua Shuang at all. Sir Lord, Sir Lord, the serving man shouted loudly. The sound spread. Halfway up the back of the mountain, a mountain spring rushed down from a high place and smashed into the pool below. The stream meandered into the distance. On a big rock next to the pool, Dongbua Shuang listened to the sound of the mountain spring. He was practicing a set of fist technique, which was the Do Chi technique, 3-stage flame technique. When practicing, all the power in his body surged. Each of Dongbua Shuang's moves was coordinated and beautiful. The power in every part of his body was perfectly mobilized, naturally attracting the power of fire between heaven and earth. The power of fire between heaven and earth was constantly absorbed into his body and transformed into fire Do Chi. Breathe, breathe. Every move, every breath. Dongbua Shuang felt as if countless flames were drilling into his body. His body was absorbing the power of the outside world and becoming stronger. He had just awakened his primordial bloodline not long ago. Whether it was Do Chi or his body, they were all growing rapidly. The reason why Dongbua Shui Ing practiced his fist technique was to perfectly control every bit of power that was growing rapidly. Lord, a voice could be heard from afar. Dongbua Shui Ing stopped and looked up. I don't meet those nobles. Why are they looking for me? Dongbua Shui Ing was puzzled. He casually picked up the Fei spear beside him. So. Shui Ing turned into a mirage. If a normal person were to look at him, they would only see a shadow flashing by before Shui Ing disappeared from their vision. This was the terrifying speed of an expert. Swoosh! A shadow flashed in front of the bamboo house, and Dongbua Shui Ing appeared. What's the matter? Dongbua Shui Ing asked. The male servant was shocked by the sudden appearance of his lord. Upon hearing his lord's question, he hurriedly said, It's Master Zongling's order. He said that the old lord's good friend, Master Kong Hai, is here. He wants to invite you over. Uncle Kong? Dongbua Shui Ing nodded lightly. Other than Uncle Zong and Uncle Tong, his father didn't have many good friends. His grandfather had fled to Water Rights Town because of a famine. Because his grandfather was an outsider, he was isolated and bullied in the village. After he lost his life hunting in the mountains, his father joined the army without any worries. In the end, he cultivated Do Chi and retired from the army to continue adventuring between life and death. His father only had a few friends in the army. Because his father had been adventuring for too long, they didn't have much contact with each other. Only Kong Hai would visit him often. When he was young, Kong Hai had seen him many times. Later on, when his parents were captured, Kong Hai had come to visit him once. Every year, he would send people to deliver New Year's gifts. Dongbua Shui Ing would also send people to return the gifts. However, since his parents weren't here, Kong Hai hadn't personally visited for a long time. Haha, Snow Eagle. It's been a few years since we last met. Snow Eagle is already the #1 expert in our Water Rights Town. Amazing. A fat middle-aged man stood up and laughed when he saw Dongbua Shui Ing walk in. Uncle Kong Hai. Dongbua Shui Ing smiled and nodded his head. Kong Hai secretly regretted. After he retired from the army, he became a businessman. He was slick and had many friends. Dongbua Lai was only one of his many friends. After Dongbua Lai and his wife were captured, he came to Snorok Castle once to comfort the young Dongbua Shui Ing and his brother. After that, he didn't come again. But as a businessman, he always sent people to deliver New Year's gifts to maintain their friendship. In fact, every year he would send a large number of New Year's gifts to his friends. Some of his more important friends, he would personally visit them. Previously, he didn't care much about the 2 sons left behind by his old friend. But who would have thought that this Dongbua Shui Ing would be able to single-handedly destroy the terrifying Bent Blade Union? This was simply unimaginable. Come, you, greet your brother Snow Eagle. The chubby Kong Hai pulled the hand of a girl dressed in green. Brother Snow Eagle. The girl dressed in green was a little shy. You. Dongbua Shui Ing smiled. You're already so old. I saw you when you were a child, but I'm afraid you don't remember. You were only 4 or 5 years old at that time. He had seen Kong Yu when he was a child. Kong Yu was Kong Hai's eldest daughter. She was younger than Dongbua Shui Ing by 3 years. Today I came to trouble you, Snow Eagle. Kong Hai smiled. Yu has the talent to become a mage. I want her to become the great mage's disciple. She only needs to become his disciple. I have also brought the 5,000 gold coins needed to become the great mage's disciple. But the great mage has so many disciples. An ordinary disciple. I'm afraid the great mage won't care too much. I want Snow Eagle to help. This way, the great mage will definitely value you more. Oh, this is just a small matter. Uncle Kong Hai, don't worry. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded his head. The great mage wanted money to be his disciple. Direct disciple, 50,000 gold coins. Unofficial disciple, 5,000 gold coins. Of course, there was a limit to the number of disciples, but 50,000 gold coins. To the nobles of Water Rights Town, it was a sky-high price. Until now, only Dongbua Shueing had satisfied the great mage by giving him the Silver Moon Wolf King's heart. 5,000 gold coins for an unofficial disciple was already a very high price. Many nobles wanted to plead through Dongbua Shueing in order to save some gold coins. But Kan Hai had actually prepared 5,000 gold coins. That Dongbua Shueing only needed to say a few words. This was indeed a small matter. In the future, you will follow the great mage to learn magic. She will live in Snorok Mountain for a long time. I hope that Snow Eagle can take care of her. Kong Hai said, No problem. There are many houses in the castle. I will leave one for you. Dongbua Shueing said. He often cultivated in the bamboo house behind the mountain. This kind of matter could be arranged with just a few words. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, I once told your father that if you two children get along well, I would let you two get married. Kong Hai laughed. Father, Yu's face turned red. It still depends on your own wishes. At that time, your parents also said the same thing. They won't force you. Kong Hai said with a smile, If I had a son-in-law who is Water Rights Town's #1 expert, haha, my mouth would be crooked from laughing. Father, that's enough. You couldn't bear it any more. She was still young and her skin was thin. Kong Hai looked at his daughter with a smile. In the past, when he chatted with Dongbua Lai and his wife, they did talk about marriage. However, Dongbua Lai and his wife said that it depends on the child's wishes. But now he brought it up again. It was because he was very optimistic about Dongbua Shueing. He hoped that his daughter and Dongbua Shueing would become husband and wife. If it really happened, his Kong family status would also rise. He didn't even care about the great mage by Yuanji. Apprentice? He was a businessman. His daughter could just choose a heaven-rank mage as her teacher. Why would she spend 5,000 gold coins to learn from the great mage? This 5,000 gold coins was not for the great mage. It was for Dongbua Shueing, because the great mage lived in Snorok Mountain. He wanted his daughter to live in Snorok Mountain and spend time with Dongbua Shueing. After a long time, his daughter and Dongbua Shueing would be together. A businessman had to have a long-term vision. He knew when to invest. Kong Hai was a retired soldier and was able to become a famous businessman. He was very capable. On the same day, Dongbua Shueing personally introduced Kong Yu to the great mage by Yuanji. After receiving the 5,000 gold coins, Bai Yuanji smiled happily and promised to nurture Kong Yu well. That night, Kong Hai left and entrusted Dongbua Shueing to take care of Kong Yu. Actually, Dongbua Shueing was not young anymore. He was intelligent since young. He could completely see through Kong Hai's thoughts. This was also because Kong Hai deliberately exposed himself towards this little sister, Yu, whom he had met when she was young. Shueing really did not have any feelings for her, because the current Yu was still very young. After the new year, she would only be 13 years old. Her body had not fully developed yet, and she was just an inexperienced little girl. Xiao! Hua! The spear danced. Dongbua Shueing lived alone in the bamboo house at the back of the mountain. He practiced his spear art. The spear whistled. Fei Xue's godly spear naturally attracted snowflakes. The figure of the black-clothed youth was indistinct in the snowflakes. His figure and the spear seemed to be one. Snow Eagle, Snow Eagle. Lion Man Tong San personally rushed over, taking large strides, trampling on some of the frozen snow, causing the ice to crack. Uncle Tong! Dongbua Shueing put away his spear. Lord Sea and of Dragon Mountain Manor is here, Tong Sen said. Dongbua Shueing's eyes lit up. Finally, there was news of his parents. Let's go. Dongbua Shueing did not bother to change his clothes. He immediately rushed to the castle with Tong San. Chapter 32. Entering through the castle's back door, Dongbua Shuiying's body was like a phantom as he returned to his room in the castle's main building. Putting down the Feishues spear, he quickly went downstairs to the living room. Inside the living room, Zhongling was receiving Lord Si, and it's only been a month, but there's already a mage's tower on Snorrock Mountain. Lord Si and held a cup of hot tea. Our Water Rights Town's most powerful knights and mages are all gathered on Snorrock Mountain. It's just Water Rights Town, nothing more. Compared to some of the powerful masters in the outside world, it's not worth mentioning. Zhongling smiled. Who? With a gust of wind, a black-clothed youth walked in. Lord Si and turned his head, and his eyes lit up. He immediately got up and smiled. Lord Si and Dongbua Shuiying said, "No need to be polite, please sit." After sitting down, Dongbua Shuiying immediately asked, "Lord Sian, about my parents' situation, you have to believe in our Dragon Mountain Manor's intelligence. It's #1 in the world." Lord Sian said, "But I have to remind you, you have to calm down." Calm down? Dongbua Shuiying felt a knot in his heart. Beside him, Zhongling's complexion also changed. "Please speak," Dongbua Shuiying said calmly. Lord Sian understood that this young lord's heart was certainly not calm. He secretly sighed and directly said, "Your mother's situation is not bad. She is a direct descendant of the Mo Yang clan, and her brother, Mo Yang Qin, is the youngest Silver Moon Mage in the clan. Therefore, your mother is only locked up in a forbidden area of the Mo Yang clan, Thunder Tide Shore. Although she is lonely, she doesn't have to worry about food and drink. She can also concentrate on studying spells. I heard that your mother has even broken through to the meteor level. Ayu's innate talent has always been good. She is indeed the first among us to break through to the meteor level." Zhongling nodded slightly. "What about my father?" Dongbua Shuiying was worried. If his mother was fine, then what about his father? "Your father?" Lord Si hesitated. "Your mother was unwilling to accept the marriage arranged by the family and fled the family. Afterwards, the Mo Yang family chose another outstanding daughter to marry. This girl's father is called Mo Yang Qinbai. In the past, Mo Yang Qinbai was unable to protect his daughter. Ever since his daughter got married, he has been bitterly training for 20 years. Now he has reached the Silver Moon Knight rank. Furthermore, with the help of his family's refiner armor, he can display the strength of a legend ranker. Our Dragon Mountain Manor has also gifted him a bronze order." Mo Yang Qinbai is still brooding over what happened in the past. He also resents your mother. He believes that it was your mother who ran away that caused his daughter to marry an old man. Lord Sian said, "How can you blame my mother? After my mother escaped, the one who married off her daughter, isn't it the Mo Yang clan's higher-ups?" Dongbua Shuiying said angrily. "He doesn't dare to challenge the authority of the clan leader, so he can only vent his anger on your mother." Lord Sian said, "Your mother is under your uncle's protection, and she is imprisoned in the forbidden Thunder Tide Cliff, so he can't do anything, but your father is forced to do hard labor." Mo Yang Qinbai vented his resentment on your father. Dongbua Shuiying's complexion turned ashen. His fingers gripped the armrest so hard that they began to sink into the wood. "Your father was sentenced to 100 years of hard labor in the Mo Yang clan's East Fragrant Lake refiner workshop. Mo Yang Qinbai often arranged for people to torture your father. Moreover, he had the mages in the workshop cure your father time and time again. This way your father won't die." Lord Sian said, "If it weren't for the mage's treatment, I'm afraid your father wouldn't even be able to endure 3 years in the refiner workshop." Pum! Dongbua Shuiying's fingers finally broke the armrest. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn it, damn it. In his memory, his father was like a towering mountain, or it was his father who strictly trained him, or his father who doted on him. Mo Yang Qinbai. Mo Yang clan. Dongbua Shuiying's whole body surged with blood, and a fierce aura emitted from his body. Zhongling was also angry, and his face was ugly, although Lord Si An's words were very simple. But they could all hear that the hard labor was torture, and they even specially sent people to torture him. Even with Dongbua's fierce Heavenite body, he couldn't withstand it and needed mages to cure him. Dongbua's chest was burning with anger, and his anger was surging. Mo Yang Qinbai, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a man. Dongbua Shuiying's heart was burning with killing intent, but there were outsiders nearby, so Dongbua Shuiying would not directly shout these words out. Shouting was useless. It had to be done. What about the Mo Yang clan? What about Mo Yang Chen? Are they just going to watch him torture my father? Dongbua Shuiying said, the Mo Yang clan doesn't care about your father's life or death. As for Mo Yang Chen, although he asked someone to take care of your father, it's useless. First, Mo Yang Chen has to concentrate on studying magic, and second, Mo Yang Chenbai was able to obtain the Bronze Order, so his status in the clan is no less than Mo Yang Chen's. Moreover, he specially sent people to torture your father. Mo Yang Chen can't always protect your father, right? Lord Sian said, not to mention, Mo Yang Chen has feelings for his sister, but he doesn't have any feelings for your father. Dongbua Shuiying listened and gritted his teeth. He understood all of this, but he was filled with hatred, and he really couldn't accept it. How can I save my parents? Dongbua Shuiying asked. According to our investigation, the Mo Yang clan's rules are extremely strict, and no one can violate them. Moreover, your mother is locked up in the forbidden area, and your father is also in the family's East Fragrant Lake alchemy workshop. Outsiders simply cannot enter, and there is no way to save your father. Lord Sian said, opportunistic methods are hopeless. What if we don't use opportunistic methods? Dongbua Shuiying asked. The easiest way is to give your father the title of honorary marquis. Lord Sian said, the title of marquis is extremely high, and even transcendents with special privileges can't be captured, directly imprisoning or killing a marquis. That pseudo-transcendent of the Mo Yang clan can't bear the consequences. Marquis. This was a rather special title, because the title of Earl and Baron below the Marquis rank could be easily bought with money, but a Marquis couldn't. Even a Marquis was very rare. Under normal circumstances, only one clan could give birth to a transcendent. A transcendent can appoint one member of the clan to become a Marquis, and this title can be inherited for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, it would naturally be demoted to an Earl. So, generally a Marquis was the nominal leader of a transcendent clan. As for the transcendent, there was no need for a title. Therefore, a Marquis was forbidden to be imprisoned, killed, etc. Pseudo-transcendents didn't have the qualifications. Even if a real transcendent did, they would have to pay a huge price. The title of honorary marquis was not hereditary. Generally, only those who made great contributions to the empire could receive the title of honorary marquis. The power was similar to that of a hereditary marquis, but it couldn't be hereditary. If your father is an honorary marquis, then your mother is a marquis. Then the Mo Yang clan must immediately stop all punishments, confinement, and forced labor. They must not offend you in the slightest. Lord Sian said, how can I obtain the title of honorary marquis? Dongbua Shuiying asked. Chapter 33. Lord Sian said, in order to obtain the title of honorary marquis, you have to make great contributions. If you carefully look at the Encyclopedia of Exchange, you will see that the title of honorary marquis requires 20,000 merit points. Is this the only way? Dongbua Shuiying, of course, had already looked through the encyclopedia, but 20,000 merit points was still too far away. Right now, the missions he could accept were all black iron rank, with around 10 to 100 merit points. 100 merit points would be life-threatening, and it would take a lot of time. For a mission that required 100 merit points, he would need to complete 200 missions to accumulate 20,000 merit points. Even if he spent 2 months on one mission without rest, he could only complete 6 missions a year. It would take more than 30 years to accumulate enough merit points. Moreover, the Black Iron Rank mission list sent by Dragon Mountain Manor only had 1 stack. How could there be so many Black Iron Rank missions with exactly 100 merit points? Is there no other way? Dongbua Shueing asked. No. Lord Cian shook his head. Honorary Marquis cannot be obtained through opportunistic means. It can only be obtained through great contributions. For a legend ranker, they have to go through many life and death situations in order to accumulate so many merit points. Therefore, honorary Marquis are more respected, because behind them is a legend ranker who has risked his life many times for them. Who? Dongbua Shueing closed his eyes. Father, what should I do? I really want to kill my way to the Mo Yang family to save my father, but the Mo Yang family was an ancient family with thousands of years of history. They had many strong warriors. Just Mo Yang Chin by alone could display the strength of a legend ranker with the help of the alchemy armor, not to mention the other strong warriors, and that pseudo-transcendent. Although he was a pseudo-transcendent, he could probably kill me in one move. To obtain 20,000 merit points, doing a mission now is the most stupid thing to do. I just awakened my primordial bloodline not long ago, and my body is constantly being nourished by my doqi. My doqi is also improving very quickly, and my strength is increasing by a significant margin every day. Dongbua Shueing thought, under normal circumstances, my strength is already comparable to a meteor rank. It won't be long before I can be comparable to a silver moon rank or even a legend rank. At that time, I will obtain the Bronze Order. Even the lowest reward is 1,000 merit points, while some of the more dangerous ones are 10,000 merit points. I only need to complete them twice, Dongbua Shueing thought. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. Only by improving his own strength would he be able to complete the mission much more efficiently. He understood that this was the fastest way to accumulate 20,000 merit points. But what about father? Would his father be able to last until the day he accumulated 20,000 merit points? The atmosphere in the living room was depressing. Fragments of the armrest scattered all over the floor. Shueing sat on the chair in silence. Lord Cian could only silently drink his tea. I can't save my father. Dongbua Shueing's voice was slightly hoarse. But I want to save his life. Is there any way? Although Mo Yang Chin sent people to torture him, he also let the alchemy workshop's magicians use magic to heal him. He shouldn't let your father die. Lord Cian said. Probably not. Dongbua Shueing clenched his teeth and said, my father's life can't be controlled by Mo Yang Chin Bai. Moreover, my father has been forced to do hard labor for several years. Mo Yang Chin Bai might lose interest in torturing him at any time. At that time, my father is likely to lose his life. I want to save my father's life. Dongbua Shueing looked at Lord Cian. With enough gold coins, even a transcendent can be invited. I believe in the power of gold coins. Money has the power to move countless people's hearts. Lord Cian, how many gold coins do I need to save my father's life? Dongbua Shueing said, if he could spend 10 million gold coins in one go, perhaps even a transcendent would help to save his father with a smile. But obviously the amount of gold coins needed to invite a transcendent was not something Dongbua Shueing could afford. Gold coins? Lord Cian thought for a moment. If Lord has enough gold coins, I have an idea. Please say it, Dongbua Shueing said. Previously, when I helped you investigate the information about your parents, I found out that the East Fragrant Lake Alchemy Workshop is an extremely important core workshop of the Moyang clan. The person in charge is an extremely powerful master alchemist. His mage strength is at the Silver Moon level, and he is an expert in alchemy. In the Emo Yang clan, his status is even higher than Emo Yang Chen and Emo Yang Chenbai. Lord Xian said. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes lit up, a powerful master alchemist. Every ancient clan would hold him in high regard. He controls the entire alchemy workshop. In the alchemy workshop, this master alchemist has the final say. Lord Xian said, if he is willing to save your father, he can easily save your father's life. He can even stop your father from suffering. Ask him for help. Dongbua Shuiying said, this master alchemist has a very high vision. If the gold coins are too little, I'm afraid he won't care. Lord Xian said, I think we should take out 100,000 gold coins. There should be a certain degree of certainty. If you can take out 110,000 gold coins, I will help you with this matter. 110,000 gold coins, of which 10,000 gold coins will be given to the Dragon Mountain Manor personnel for this task. 100,000 gold coins will be used to bribe this master alchemist. If it fails, the 100,000 gold coins will be returned. The reward will not be returned. Lord Xian said, Dragon Mountain Manor's intelligence network was spread all over the world. Moreover, the establishment of Dragon Mountain Manor, in addition to monitoring the world, was originally to serve the world's strongest experts. This kind of gloomy matter was not considered a violation of the rules. 110,000 gold coins? Good. Dongbua Shuiying turned his hand, and a thick stack of gold notes appeared in his hand. This is the Empire's Bank's gold notes, a total of 110,000. Lord Xian was startled. Good fellow? 110,000 gold coins, ah. He actually took it out just like that. One must know that when Bai Yuanji accepted a direct disciple, he shouted 50,000 gold coins as a disciple fee. This meant that he would be responsible for the direct disciple for the rest of his life. But in the end, Dongbua Shuiying only gave him the Silver Moon heart and not 50,000 gold coins, because it was really very difficult to obtain so many gold coins. It seemed that killing the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Shadow Leopard was very profitable. But even a Legend Knight would not be willing to earn this kind of fast money, because they might encounter a magical beast that was stronger than them and lose their life. In fact, when they encountered the Shadow Leopard, Dongbua Shuiying almost lost his life. In order to obtain so many gold coins, adventurers would usually go to some dangerous place to try their luck or risk their lives in the mountain range of desolation. Without risking their lives, it was too difficult to obtain so many gold coins. The 110,000 gold coins that Dongbua Shuiying took out. Among them, there were 70,000 gold coins from selling the Silver Moon Wolf King's fur and other important materials, as well as the gold coins that were left behind when he destroyed the Bent Blade Union. Dongbua Shuiying only had a total of 120,000 gold coins, and this time he took out a total of 110,000 gold coins. Rest assured, I will give you the news within a month. Rest assured, this matter is in the bag. These mages, alchemists, all value money very much. Their experiments consume a lot of materials, so 100,000 gold coins is enough to protect a worker in the workshop. Lord Xian said. Dongbua Shuiying nodded. If it was not successful, then he would add more money. The news of him killing the Silver Moon Wolf King had spread far and wide, so there were merchants who took the initiative to purchase the fur and other materials. Although the corpse of the Shadow Leopard had been completely dissected, it had not been sold yet. Then I will have to trouble Lord Xi, and Dongbua Shuiying said. If this matter is successful, I, Dongbua Shuiying, will not forget Lord Xi's favor. Haha, rest assured. When Lord Xian heard Dongbua Shuiying's words, he immediately laughed. If this matter was done well, Dongbua Shuiying would definitely remember this favor. Right now, Dongbua Shuiying's favor was not much, but if he became a legend ranker in the future, it would be different. The Dragon Mountain Manor's internal network was dense. Lord C. and quickly contacted the person in charge of the Dragon Mountain Manor in the Bellfeather County of the Eastfield Province and handed the matter over to him. Although the Mo Young clan could cover the sky with one hand in Bellfeather County, the Dragon Mountain Manor was independent. The Dragon Mountain Manor was not something an ordinary clan could influence. For example, Lord C. and of the Dragon Mountain Manor in Waterwrights Town directly said that the C family's ancestor, Hong, was an old witch. This was also because he was not worried that the C family could threaten him, and also because he had some grudges with the C family. Of course, if it was the top clan in the Tranquil Sun province, the Chongfeng clan, the foreign Dragon Mountain Manor, might still be unyielding. The Dragon Mountain Manor in the Tranquil Sun province would have to bow their heads. But the C family and the Mo Yang family did not have the strength to do so. Eastfield Province, Bellfeather County, East Fragrant Lake Alchemy Workshop. The East Fragrant Lake was a very beautiful lake. The lake was like a mirror, and beside the lake was a huge, enclosed, fortress-like alchemy workshop. At the very center of the alchemy workshop was a tall mage tower. This was the mage tower of the master alchemist, Master Su Guangqing. Although this Master Su Guangqing was only a silver moon mage in the field of alchemy, he was the number one in the entire Bellfeather County. This kind of master alchemist was also invited by other stronger clans, but the Mo Yang clan successfully poached Su Guangqing. Su Guangqing was even able to enter the clan's elder council as an external elder. The reason why Su Guangqing was willing to join the Mo Yang clan was because his hometown was in Bellfeather County. Otherwise, he would not have joined the Mo Yang clan. Hua hua hua! Next to the blazing hot gear, a shirtless, sweaty middle-aged man was pushing with all his might. It was Dongbo Lai. Beside him, there were even more workers working. Hurry up! You are a heaven-rank knight. Use more strength. From time to time, the supervisor's gaze would fall on Dongbo Lai's body, and from time to time, he would lash out with his whip. Dongbo Lai was thinner than before. He was silent as he worked. Day and night of hard work, coupled with the occasional torture, these kind of days with no end in sight, were simply a nightmare from hell. But Dongbo Lai clenched his teeth and endured, because he had not given up. He still had a desire, his wife, his 2 sons. He still had too many things to worry about. He wanted to live. Even if he had to live like a dog, he still wanted to live. Master, master. Suddenly, some of the supervisors in the surroundings trembled and respectfully shouted. Some of the workers were startled. They saw a black-haired old man wearing a red robe slowly walk in. Everyone respectfully held their breath. The person in front of them was the clan's elder and the master of the entire alchemy workshop, Master Su Guangqing. Recently, I want to do some experiments, and I need some people to help me with them. Master Su Guangqing said casually, as long as you accept some of my experiments, you don't have to do this work and you will get more pay. Everyone held their breath. Master alchemist's experiments? The supervisors' faces turned pale. Who would be stupid enough to volunteer? Who are the prisoners here? Master Su Guangqing frowned when he saw that no one volunteered. Some of the workers were clan workers, so they still had some freedom. But for the prisoners, he could do whatever he wanted. Master, there are more than 2,000 prisoners here. The supervisor at the side immediately said, Give me the list of all the prisoners. Their strength must also be clearly written. I will choose some to experiment on. Master Su Guangqing ordered. Yes. The supervisor immediately replied, respectfully. On that day, 12 unlucky prisoners were chosen to accept the master's experiments. Among them, there were 2 heaven-rank knight prisoners, 5 earth-rank knight prisoners, and 5 ordinary knight prisoners. Under the sympathetic gazes of the surrounding people, the prisoners all went to see the master alchemist in fear, despair, or numbness. You, Dongbo Lai, stay here first. Master Su Guangqing ordered. After the other prisoners left, Dong Bulai, wearing tattered clothes, stood there nervously. Master Su Guangqing looked down at the scroll and casually said, Dong Bulai, someone spent 100,000 gold coins to protect your life. From today onwards, you will stay here with me and be my assistant. You don't need to do the detailed work. My apprentices can't do the heavy work, so you will do it. Assistant, Dong Bulai was stunned. You can stay here peacefully. No one will dare to break into my mage tower. Master Su Guangqing ordered. All right, from now on, you will obediently stay in the mage tower and don't go out. My disciple will make the detailed arrangements for you. You can leave now. Yes, master. Dong Bulai felt a little dazed and couldn't believe it. His nightmarish days had ended just like that. Being an assistant in an experiment was much easier than working in a workshop. There's a problem with the metal ratio. Master Su Guangqing frowned as he looked at the scroll and thought carefully. To him, this was only a small matter. He was still very happy to receive 100,000 gold coins. Of course, he couldn't just take the money and not do anything, because the money was given by Dragon Mountain Manor. Since he received money from Dragon Mountain Manor, he had to do something good. As for Mo Yang Qinbai, Master Su Guangqing didn't care about a clan knight who relied on alchemy armor. A master like him, who could continuously refine many treasures, was the true foundation of the clan. It seems that I have to experiment more. The materials are somewhat insufficient. Those elders of the clan are always suppressing my material supply. Master Su Guangqing frowned. Chapter 34. After the New Year, Lord Cian once again came to Snorrock Castle. It's a success. Lord Cian said with a smile. The master alchemist of East Fragrant Lake has already received 100,000 gold coins. According to our investigation, your father, Dong Bulai, has been summoned to the Mage Tower to do some work. Although it is still a bit heavy, as a heaven-rank knight, your father can easily bear it. After all, the Emoyang clan ordered him to do hard labor for 100 years. The master alchemist only wanted to save his life, but did not want to violate the order to make your father's life easier. No problem, as long as he can keep his life. Dong Buishueing could not help but say, Is my father safe in the Mage Tower? Will there be an accident? You can rest assured. Lord Cian said, The Mage Tower of a master alchemist is absolutely forbidden, even if the Emoyang clan's pseudo-transcendent. If he wants to enter the Mage Tower, he must get the permission of the Master Alchemist and give him enough respect. Moreover, the Mage Tower is full of traps and countless dangers. The Master Alchemist's lifetime's research is hidden there, so no one dares to go in recklessly. What is Mo Yang Qinbai's status? Not to mention the people he sent. Even he himself does not dare to go in. Your father is absolutely safe. Thank you, Lord Cian Dongbua Shueing said gratefully, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. For him, gold coins were just worldly possessions. His father's life was the most important thing. Fortunately, Lord Cian, otherwise this time Dongbua would be in trouble. Zhongling sighed. He and Tong San were also slightly relieved. It's nothing. Lord Cian said, Dong Bulai is after all a citizen of our water rights town. If I can save him, I will naturally do my best. Dong Buishueing felt relieved, but he was still not satisfied with the current situation of his parents. His mother was locked up alone in a place forever. This was equivalent to a long time in prison. Normally, there would be companions to relieve boredom in prison, but this confinement was all alone. His father had always been doing some heavy work. My strength is still too weak. I'm not even a legend rank. There's no hope for father to become an honorary marquis. I have to hurry. After my primordial bloodline awakened, my body has improved greatly. But the more I cultivate, the faster my body will improve. Shuang thought, just like the legendary giant dragon, they were all transcendents. These dragons would become transcendents as soon as they reached adulthood. Some of the great dragons who knew how to cultivate were much stronger than the other great dragons. It was the same principle. Naturally, there was a huge difference in strength between those who had awakened their strength bloodline and those who cultivated diligently and those who slept every day. Dongbua Shui-ing wanted to increase his strength as much as possible. In an open space beside the bamboo house at the back of the mountain, there were 2 refiner dummies. These refiner dummies were worth 5,000 gold coins each. Below the legend rank, no one would be able to harm them. Even if a legend ranker were to suffer some minor injuries, the refiner dummy's self-recovery ability would still be able to recover. Therefore, it was a common tool used by archmages to conduct experiments. These dummies were specially bought from the water rights town and fixed by archmages. It would be very difficult to move them away. Thinking about how Dongbua Shui-ing's spear arts could not even move them, one could imagine how stable they were. Pum! Pum! The spear was like a bolt of lightning, sweeping, striking, chopping, collapsing. As Dongbua Shui-ing walked, every move he made was extremely powerful. Although he had already reached the realm of a great spear master, and training in spear arts had almost negligible effects on his realm, it was still very beneficial to his body. On one hand, after awakening his strength bloodline, his body's self-recovery ability was astonishing. Every time he recovered, his muscles and bones would undergo a small evolution. This kind of evolution, after accumulating countless times, would result in a huge increase in his strength. On the other hand, if his body used up too much energy to recover, he would be able to absorb more fire energy from the outside world when training in the 3-stage flame technique. Furthermore, some of the insights he gained from comprehending the natural world could also be tested during spear practice. Hoo! Sweat drenched his clothes. Dongbua Shui-ing's strength was as one. He could feel the fatigue in every part of his body. Some parts that were not trained enough would naturally be strengthened. Under this kind of pressure, the potential of his strength bloodline was constantly being excavated. The grass on Snorrock Mountain would wither and flourish for an entire year, again and again. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. The young and inexperienced Kong Yu, the mischievous Dongbua Qingshi, and the young Dongbua Shui-ing had all grown up. Hua, hua, hua! The sound of the mountain spring water reverberated in the lake, making the surroundings even more peaceful. A black-clothed young man was sitting cross-legged on a big rock with his eyes closed. His face looked like it was carved by a knife or hatchet. He inherited his father's looks. His looks were rather ordinary and could not be considered handsome. However, he had an aura that was as reserved as a mountain, which was obviously extraordinary. At this moment, his breathing was so slow that it was almost undetectable. His heartbeat was also ridiculously slow, only beating once per minute. His blood flow was also extremely slow. Huff, huff! He suddenly opened his eyes. His breathing caused his spine to undulate like a dragon. When he inhaled, his abdomen slightly bulged, as if an endless amount of air was being sucked into his body. Hoo! When he exhaled, a violent force rushed out from his mouth and directly hit the surface of the lake in front of him. The calm lake suddenly exploded. The surface of the lake suddenly caved in, and a large amount of water splashed into the sky. With each breath, the previously extremely calm and slow blood flow in his body began to accelerate. His heartbeat also quickly returned to normal. He stood up and stood up. Do Qi surged on the surface of his body. The fiery red Do Qi condensed to form a layer of protection. His entire person looked like a flaming god of war. He started to practice the 3-stage flame technique that he had practiced countless times over the years. It was just a middle-grade Do Qi technique, but under his display, it was a combination of hardness and softness, bringing about a strange charm. Sometimes the moves were slow, and sometimes the speed would suddenly increase. Boom! He suddenly waved his palm. The tip of his palm crushed the air and formed a high-pressure air current. This white arc of air current whizzed across the sky and hit a distant mountain rock. Crack! A huge crack immediately appeared on the big rock. A large amount of broken rocks flew everywhere and rolled down the mountain stream in the distance. Dongbua Shue Ing practiced his fist technique, one move after another. Just the high-pressure air current produced by his fist and palm could easily tear a big rock apart. Withdraw. When he withdrew, his aura slowly calmed down. The Do Qi on the surface of his body was also completely withdrawn. The growth of my strength has already begun to slow down. Dongbua Shue Ing thought to himself, wait until my Do Qi breaks through to the Silver Moon rank. Only then will my body be able to rapidly improve again. But it's already enough. Dongbua Shuiying's hard work in training and constantly excavating the potential of his bloodline had allowed him to possess unimaginable strength. Because his strength was perfect as one, he did not encounter any bottlenecks in his battle energy from heaven rank to meteor rank. After accumulating enough, he naturally broke through. The liquefied Do Qi was of great help to the evolution of the body. In the past half a year, Dongbua Shuiying's body had been constantly improving, but recently it had begun to slow down. My Do Qi is only at the meteor level, but I've awakened the strength bloodline, and my body is still stronger. 6 years ago, when I just awakened, my strength was already at the peak of the meteor rank. Now, according to the tests of the refiner dummy, my physical strength should be able to reach the peak of the legend rank under normal circumstances. Dongbua Shue Ing thought to himself, although I have yet to achieve one with the world, this is the difference between me and a titled knight. But my body is strong enough, and once my power bloodline activates, my strength will double. With absolute power, among the legend rankers, he could definitely be ranked at the top. It was a pity that he had never reached the realm of one with the world. It's time to accept the mission. Dongbua Shuiying knew. Brother Snow Eagle, Brother Snow Eagle. Suddenly, a warm and melodious voice of a girl came from afar. Chapter 35. Hearing the familiar voice, Dongbua Shuiying could not help but reveal a smile. He immediately picked up the Fei Shue God Spear that was placed beside him. His body flashed, leaving only an afterimage, and he was already a few hundred meters away at the top of the mountain. Behind the mountain, beside the bamboo house, a girl wearing a light purple robe stood gracefully, carrying a basket and looking around. She was the grown-up Kong Yu. She was now 19 years old, and the innocent girl had already become a real beauty. Because she had been studying magic for a long time, her skin was slightly pale, but it made her look even more delicate. Her temperament also carried a trace of a mage's unique, mysterious aura. She was indeed a young girl who could move one's heart. At least among the disciples of the great mage by Yuanji, there were many male disciples who liked Kong Yu, and some even pursued her. Yu. Dongbua Shuiying appeared beside the bamboo house, and casually put down the spear and smiled. Brother Snow Eagle, you can't be too tired from practicing your spear art. Teacher said that on the road of cultivation, you need to relax and relax. Kong Yu smiled as she stood beside the stone table and took out some snacks from the basket. I just made some cakes that Brother Snow Eagle likes. Come and have a taste. Dongbua Shuiying walked over to the plate and smelled it, revealing a smile. How fragrant. Saying that, he picked up a small soft cake and took a bite and smiled. Yu's cooking is getting better and better. When he was young, he loved the snacks made by his mother, but after his mother left, he could no longer eat them. The food made by the servants at home was always different from his mother's. Yu's cooking was very good. Although it was not as good as the taste of his mother's, it was still better than the servants'. I specially learned it. Yu said proudly. I will be returning to the castle in a while. Let's have lunch together. Dongbua Shuiying said, and sat there eating the snacks. He ate very quickly, one at a time. Okay, Brother Snow Eagle hasn't been back to the castle for a long time. Yu stood at the side and watched Dongbo Shuang eat. Soon he finished eating. Let's go. Dongbo Shuang stood up. Yes. Yu nodded. A man and a woman walked side by side. Since the winter when she was 12, Kong Yu had been living in Snorrock Mountain. She spent most of her time in the castle. At that time, she would often visit Dongbo Shuang with the younger Qingshi. As time passed, Dongbo Shuang and Kong Yu became closer. 6 years together. To be precise, Yu was the girl that Dongbo Shuang interacted with the most. Moreover, he was very comfortable with Yu. Dongbo Shuang's mind was completely focused on cultivation, wanting to rescue his parents as soon as possible. As for Kong Yu, she just stood by the side and watched silently, never bothering them. Sometimes, Dongbo Shuang had the same thought. Perhaps marrying Yu as a wife would not be too bad, although he did not have the kind of life and death love that his parents had. Dongbo Shuang had never interacted with other girls. Moreover, he felt that as long as he could live happily, it would be fine. Moreover, Kong Yu had never cared about the pursuits of other male disciples. Her mind was completely focused on Dongbo Shuang. This was something that everyone could see. As for Kong Yu's father, Kong Hai, he had been trying his best to facilitate this marriage. No hurry. Yu is still young. Let's talk about it after we rescue my parents. Before rescuing his parents, Dongbo Shuang had no intention of marrying. Because knights and mages were focused on cultivation, they married and had children later. His father, Dongbo Lai, only married his mother when he was in his 30s. Yu's father, Kong Hai, was also in his 40s before he married and had his eldest daughter, Kong Yu. For a female mage, 19 years old was really young. It was normal to get married at 30 years old. Getting married at 20 years old was considered too early. Moreover, to rescue my parents, I would need 20,000 merit points. I can only take on some of the more dangerous bronze rank missions. Dongbo Shuang thought to himself. Although I am confident, no one can guarantee my safety. Maybe I will die during the mission. Before everything is completed, don't think about anything else. Snorrock Castle Main Building Dining Hall. Dongbo Shuang, Zhongling, Tong San, Qingshi, and Kong Yu all sat down. Qingshi, I heard from Yu that you have a girlfriend for almost half a year? Dongbo Shuang smiled as he looked at his brother. Qingshi was really handsome. There were enough soldiers in the castle. Dongbo Shuang had been to Water Rights Town. However, he dared to pat his chest and say, among all the young men he had seen, his brother was the most handsome one. His brother's eyes were very bright. His eyes were very charming. He had been handsome since he was young. Now that he was 16 years old, he was even more handsome. Just by relying on his looks, he would not have to worry about food. His cultivation was also the same as his mother's. His specialty was ice magic. His brother had a faint, cold aura around him. It was said that many female disciples in the mages' building were chasing after his brother. Regarding this, Dongbo Shuang was very proud. At the same time, he was also very emotional. That 2-year-old brat who was lying on his chest and drooling had already grown so big in the blink of an eye. Sister Yu, you are really nosy. You even told this to my brother. Qingshi frowned helplessly. You really hid it well. I only found out that you have a girlfriend for almost half a year. Of course I told your brother. He is your brother. You laughed at the side. If your girlfriend doesn't mind, bring her over for me to see. Dongbo Shuang said. All right, let's see if she agrees. Qingshi curled his lips. All right, I am preparing to go out for a trip. I am afraid it will be 10 days to half a month. Dongbo Shuang said. What is it? Are you going to the mountain range of desolation again? Qingshi asked. Zhongling and Tong San looked at Dongbo Shuang in surprise. I promise I will definitely not go to the mountain range of desolation. Dongbua Shueing grinned. I am going out for a trip to see more and practice my spear arts. He did not elaborate. He did not want to talk about the mission. At night, in the study room, the fire crystal lamp was on the desk. Its light illuminated the study room. Zhongling and Tong Sen were both here. Dongbua Shueing sat in front of the desk and said, Uncle Zong, Uncle Tong, I am preparing to go out and accept a black iron mission to practice. Next time, I will apply for a bronze order. I will start the bronze mission. You must be careful. Tong Sen said. In the entire Snorok castle, only the two of them were clear about Dongbua Shueing's strength. They knew that he already had the strength of a legend ranker. Shueing, I don't doubt your strength. It's just that you haven't fought with many experts yet. You should use the black iron-ranked quests to train yourself first. I agree with this point. Zhongling nodded. Accumulate more combat experience before taking on bronze quests. Dongbua Shueing nodded. For a legend ranker to take on a black iron mission, it was naturally very easy. I have seen the mission list. Recently, there is a very good mission. Dongbua Shueing said. What mission? Zhongling and Tong Sen asked. Look, Dongbua Shueing picked up the mission list on the desk. There was already a mission circled on it. Zhongling and Tong Sen walked over to take a closer look. It was written very clearly. Within the Azure River County, there is a castle. After investigation, it has committed a capital offense. The castle is extremely strong and requires 5 experts. The mission is very dangerous. It is recommended that the person who accepts the mission must have the strength of a Silver Moon Knight. Mission reward, 100 merit points. You must gather at the Azure River County's Dragon Mountain Manor before the 1st of June. Dongbua Shueing said, I will inform Lord Cn and immediately set off to the county's Dragon Mountain Manor. This mission requires 5 Silver Moon Knights. It will definitely be difficult. For me, it should be a good opportunity to practice. Chapter 36. The next day, the sky was still bright. Zhongling, Tong San, Qingshi, and Kong Yu sent Dongbua Shueing off. Uncle Zong, I'll leave the castle to you. Dongbua Shueing said. Rest assured, Snow Eagle. Zhongling said. 6 years had passed, but Zhongling did not waste his time. He had finally stepped into the meteor rank. Brother, be careful. Qingshi said. He had no memories of his parents. His brother had been taking care of him for many years, so his feelings for his brother were very deep. Brother Snow Eagle, I'll wait for you to come back. Yu shouted. Ha ha! Dongbua Shueing laughed while riding on the Snow Strider horse. Ja! Who? The Snow Strider horse immediately galloped. Its speed was very fast, and it soon disappeared at the end of the mountain road. First, he went to Water Wright's town to inform Lord C, and immediately passed the message to Azure River County's Dragon Mountain Manor. Dongbua Shueing himself did not stop to rush towards Azure River County. Azure River County covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. From Snow Eagle Castle to Azure River County, the direct distance was estimated to be 6,000 miles. Furthermore, the official road had to avoid some mountains, and the actual route was probably more than 10,000 miles. Dongbua Shueing was dressed in black, carrying a weapon box on his back as he rode on the Snow Strider horse. The Snow Strider horse galloped as fast as a phantom. The snow-treading magic beast colt was a Class 3 magical beast colt. It was considered one of the best colts. Above it were other magical beasts. However, magical beasts were naturally good at running. A rank 3 magical beast was not inferior to some rank 4 magical beasts. Actually, with Shueing's current strength as a legend ranker, riding on a Snow Strider pony was too low profile. With his current strength, if he were to reveal it, there would be big powers who would take the initiative to send him a rank 5 magical beast mount, or even a flying magical beast mount. Hong, hong, hong! As the snow-treading horse galloped down, The earth faintly trembled as a phantom dashed past. If it ran for 2 hours, it could travel 900 miles. If it wore armor and charged, even a heaven-rank knight would not dare to block it. However, it was sold for 2,000 gold coins. 20 Snowstrider horses were enough to buy a territory comparable to the Snow Eagle territory. Thus, most clans were reluctant to buy them. Dongbua Shue Ing had only been able to afford 5 Snowstrider horses after selling off the Shadow Leopard's fur and other materials. Stop, stop. Up ahead is the Cold Jade Mountain. Some merchants had gathered in front of a large canyon. When they saw a knight galloping over from afar, they immediately shouted, "Friend, stop. Let's cross the Cold Jade Mountain together." The Cold Jade Mountain is in danger. Many of the merchants and their guards shouted at the same time. Who? The snow-treading horse did not slow down in the slightest. It turned into a phantom and flashed past. Crazy! The merchant guards were all astonished. Is that knight crazy? Does he think he can charge through with just a Snowstrider horse? Can a place like the Cold Jade Mountain be barged into? Cold Jade Mountain. Dongbua Shueing, who was on horseback, was very sensitive to his surroundings. Of course, he heard the merchants' shouts. The Cold Jade Mountain is the only way to the Azure River County City. The Cold Jade Mountain is connected to the Mountain of Desolation. I heard that there are many bandits living in the Cold Jade Mountain. They often rob passing merchants. The bandits here are even more famous than my water rights town's Bent Blade Union. Caravans would usually form an alliance and gather enough people to pass through the Cold Jade Mountain together. But for Dongbua Shuang, in the entire Azure River County, the only ones who could threaten him were those legend rankers. Moreover, it was only a threat. Who would win and who would lose would only be known after a fight. As for a group of bandits, they were nothing more than chickens and dogs. Who? The Snowstrider horse galloped like the wind, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The movement was so loud that it could be felt from afar. Where did this black-clothed man come from? He actually dared to charge into the Cold Jade Mountain alone? Is he courting death? Boss, should we make a move? Make a move, my ass. There's no need for us to risk such a tough bone. Let's just leave it to the 8 Cold Jade Eagles. Some of the bandits saw a single horse galloping from afar. Many of them chose to give up. Bandits also had to consider the risks and rewards. After galloping for a few dozen li, they had already reached the middle section of the Cold Jade Mountain. On top of the mountain, there was a large group of bandits dressed in cyan armor. There were only a total of 100 bandits, but they were all well equipped. Almost every ordinary bandit carried a huge crossbow on their back. It was the star-breaking crossbow. The 8 bandit leaders had an extraordinary bearing. They were the most famous of the Cold Jade Mountain, the 8 Cold Jade Eagles. Among them, there were 3 meteor rank warriors, 2 heaven rank mages, and 3 heaven rank knights. All of them had some tricks up their sleeves to be ranked as the 8 Eagles. Haha, today's harvest is not bad. This caravan is quite good. These bandits were currently in an extremely good mood. Beside them, there were more than 10 people who had been captured alive. The rest of the caravan had died, leaving only these 10 or so people alive. Among them, there were old men, middle-aged men, and even a pair of young boys and girls. The pair of young boys and girls were currently leaning against each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. They were worried about their future. Let's go. Let's go back and take a rest. Let's investigate their origins. Who knows? We might be able to get even more ransom money. The 8 Cold Jade Eagles were a group of extremely fierce bandits. Every one of them had a bounty on them, and they would do anything they wanted. Leaders, quickly look. There's a black-clothed knight coming over. He's riding a Snowstrider horse, and he's alone. Some of the bandits immediately reported. The 8 leaders looked from afar. Indeed, there was a single rider galloping forward from afar. He dares to charge in alone? Didn't he look down on our cold jade mountain? Big brother, should we make a move? The other 7 eagles looked at their big brother. The great leader of the frozen jade 8 eagles frowned as he looked down. There are only so many legend rankers in the Azure River County, and all of them are extremely famous. I even know what they look like. Moreover, they wouldn't be so poor as to ride a trotting snow horse. This black-robed youth looked very young. The weapon box he carried on his back should be a spear. Who is it? Never heard of it. Could it be a Silver Moon Knight? Brothers, release the arrows and test him. The great leader ordered. If the bones are too hard to chew, we'll leave. If he's too weak, we'll eat him. Yes. Immediately, all the bandits, including the great leader, took out their crossbows or bows. Normal bandits could use the star-breaking crossbow to unleash great power. The star-breaking crossbow could pierce through a meteor knight's protective aura. As for the great leader and the other 2 meteor knights, they were more suited to use bows and arrows. The arrows of a meteor knight were enough to threaten the life of a Silver Moon Knight. Based on these arrows, it was enough to determine the strength of the black-robed young man below. However, they didn't know what kind of existence their arrows had provoked. Release, the great leader ordered. Shio, shio, shio! Numerous arrows were shot down from the top of the mountain, enveloping Dongbua Shueing, who was currently rushing over. Chapter 37. Dongbua Shueing raised his head and saw numerous arrows flying towards him. Each of the arrowheads was shining with a cold metallic luster, tearing through the air with great power, truly overestimating yourself. Dongbua Shueing quickly took out the 2 parts of the spear from the weapon box on his back. The 2 parts of the spear were more than a meter long. Under the control of Dongbua Shueing's hands, the Snowstrider horse's speed was too fast. Only about a dozen arrows actually reached him. With a wave of the spear, the arrows were all deflected away. Not to mention Dongbua Shueing, not even a single arrow touched the horse. Following that, Dongbua Shueing jumped down from the Snowstrider horse and rushed up the mountain. At the same time, the 2 parts of the spear merged into one. What a tough bone retreat! The big leader was shocked by how easily Dongbua Shueing blocked the arrows. He knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. Shio, leader. Not good. We've provoked a huge disaster. The great leader and the others, as well as the bandits, were all terrified. They looked down in fear. The black-clothed youth who jumped down from the horse turned into a black shadow and rushed into the sky. Although he was flying up the mountain walls, his speed was so fast that it made their hearts tremble and their legs go soft. It made them feel fear. Too fast. It was really too fast. They were at the top of the mountain, and there was a distance of about 200 meters between them and the ground. Furthermore, the steep mountain road was difficult to climb. Logically, they should have enough time to retreat. But in reality, the speed at which the black-clothed youth was rushing up was simply terrifying. The rocks and trees weren't an obstacle at all, and the steep mountain walls weren't an obstacle either. The speed at which he dashed through the forest was even faster than the Snowstrider horse's speed on the official road. It was so fast that the bandits couldn't even see the black-clothed youth's exact figure. They could only see a blurry black shadow. How can this be? How can we meet a legend ranker? The big leader felt as if his head was about to explode. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and both his legs went soft. To be able to move so fast on the mountain, he must be a legend ranker. A Silver Moon Knight is not that fast. At least I can see the silhouette of a Silver Moon Knight, so I can try my luck. There are only so many legend rankers in the Azure River County. Where did this guy come from? Where did he come from? How could this be? No. The great leader was unwilling to accept everything that was happening in front of him. Despair, fear, and all sorts of complicated emotions surged within him. He had no thoughts of resisting at all, because the gap between them was far too great. A meteor knight might be able to put up a fight against a Silver Moon Knight. However, if a Silver Moon Knight were to encounter a legend ranker, he would usually be killed in one move. Even if it was a Silver Moon Great Mage in front of a legend ranker, they wouldn't even be able to cast a spell. It could be seen from this. How powerful was a legend ranker? This represented the limit of mortals, a true one-man army. In front of a legend ranker, a meteor knight could not even retaliate. Spare my life, Lord, spare my life. This tall and sturdy, fierce leader suddenly knelt down, begging for mercy. Pum! A shadow of a spear suddenly swept past, causing the great leader to reveal a terrified expression. However, he was simply unable to block it in time, and the shadow of the spear directly swept past his chest. Bang! His entire chest caved in, and his internal organs were completely shattered. At the same time, he was like a broken sandbag as he flew backwards, crashing into a distant tree. The great leader fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open, and he had already died. Run! Quickly run! The other leaders, including the bandits, had completely gone crazy. They immediately scattered in all directions, fleeing in all directions. This was like the scene of two beings of different levels meeting. Although the other side had the advantage in numbers, each and every one of them was filled with fear from the depths of their souls. There was only one thought in their minds: run. Shwa shwa shwa! Too fast. Dongbua Shuiying's speed was extremely fast, especially in the eyes of those who were tied up and captured. 7 or 8 afterimages appeared, as if 7 or 8 Dongbua Shuiyings had simultaneously shot out their spears. Each and every one of the bandits were too slow to block in time. In fact, even if they tried to block, it would be useless. Pu Piu Piu, including the other 2 Meteor Knight leaders, including a heaven rank mage who was barely able to cast a spell. All of them had their bodies pierced by the spear. As for the spell, this laughable spell that had turned into a sharp blade was immediately dispersed by the high pressure created by Dongbua Shuiying's spear. It couldn't even touch the shaft of the spear. He had killed over 30 bandits in a row. The other bandits were fleeing in all directions with all their might. Some of them were rushing down the mountain, while others were rushing up the mountain. In short, they were running in all directions. Dongbua Shuiying didn't chase after them anymore. After all, once the backbone of a powerful bandit group was gone, the remaining small fries wouldn't be able to do much. Dongbua Shuiying swept his gaze across the corpses of the strongest bandit leaders. Now that his perception of the outside world had become sharper, he walked beside the corpses and discovered that one of the bandits' leaders' bracelets was actually a storage treasure. The tip of the spear pointed forward. Dang! The bracelets were shaken off by the spear tip, and with a flick of the spear tip, they flew into Dongbua Shuiying's hands. Lord, save us! Lord, please save us! Those tied up old men, middle-aged men, and a pair of youths stared longingly at the bandits. They were afraid that after this powerful expert left, the bandits would capture them again. Pu Piu Piu. Dongbua Shuiying walked over and waved his spear casually. The sharp edge of the spear tip sliced through the ropes, and in an instant the bandits were freed. Thank you, Lord, for saving our lives. A white-bearded old man bowed respectfully. At the same time, he whispered an order to the people beside him. Pack everything up and offer it to Lord. Yes, these merchants were all intelligent people. They immediately went to collect the valuables that the bandits had plundered, as well as the gold notes and other valuables from the bandits' corpses. Very soon, a huge pile of star-breaking crossbows, gold notes, and other valuables was gathered. Lord, these are the remains of the bandits. We will offer them to Lord as well. Thank you, Lord, for saving our lives. The white-bearded old man said respectfully. Dongbua Shuiying swept his gaze across. The thick stack of gold notes was indeed valuable. The main reason was that the other 2 meteor rank knights of the Frozen Jade 8 Eagles did not have any storage treasures. They only carried some valuables with them. All right. Dongbua Shue Ing straightforwardly kept the stack of gold notes, which was worth around 80,000 to 90,000 gold coins. As for the other valuables, keep them. Take the star-breaking crossbows as well. Who knows? They might be able to save your lives. Where are your merchant caravans that were plundered? Where are your horses? The others are all dead. The horses were left in front. The frozen jade 8 eagles don't care about those horses. The white-bearded old man said. Dongbua Shue Ing nodded. Hurry up. I will bring you out of the frozen jade mountain valley. Once we are out of the valley, I will leave you to it. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. The white-bearded old man knelt down and kowtowed. The others also knelt down to express their gratitude. The frozen jade mountain valley was occupied by a large number of bandits. Without Dongbua Shue Ing, it would be hard for them to leave the valley alive. Hurry up. If you are too slow, I will not wait for you. Dongbua Shue Ing had already leapt down. Although he was about 200 m above the ground, he did not seem to care about it at all. With a single leap, he landed on the ground. Pung! The ground trembled. He did not even bend his knees. Not bad. Dongbua Shue Ing refined this storage treasure. The space inside it was smaller than his mother's storage treasure. The gold notes of these bandit leaders add up to more than 150,000 gold coins. My Snorok castle is currently lacking in money. Today, we have obtained such a huge profit. Although he had earned close to 100,000 gold coins from selling the shadow leopard's fur and other materials, when his brother had broken through to become an official mage, he had given him a better storage treasure and a mage staff. The mage staff was not expensive. It only cost around 5,000 gold coins. After all, his brother was still weak. If the mage staff was too powerful, he would not be able to unleash its full potential. However, the storage treasure's space was huge. It cost a total of 50,000 gold coins. It was even bigger than his mother's storage treasure. When he had reached the strength of a legend ranker, his inner armor had been changed to a rank 2 refiner armor. At the very least, when he fought against a legend ranker, he would be able to protect his vital parts. His boots and clothes had also been changed to some refiner items. However, these items were relatively cheap. Only the inner armor was more expensive. It cost 30,000 gold coins. Thus, Dongbua Shue Ing was a little short on money. A dignified legend ranker. If other legend rankers were to find out about this, they would definitely laugh at him. After all, what kind of status did a legend ranker have? After bringing those lucky escapees out of the frozen Jade Mountain Valley, Dongbua Shue Ing no longer cared about them. His snow-treading horse sped up. Galloping all the way, he stayed in Yellow Dragon City for the night. The next morning, he continued his journey. It was only in the evening that he finally arrived at Azure River County City. After a full 2 days, I have finally arrived. Is this Azure River County City? Dongbua Shue Ing gazed into the distance. In the distance, there was a majestic city. It was so huge that it was hard to see the end of it with the naked eye. The city walls were made of grayish-white rocks. The city walls were at least 100 meters high. 100 meters high city wall. It was as tall as a mountain. On top of this towering city wall, there was a black sphere every half a kilometer. The sphere had a golden pattern on it. The entire towering city was emitting an unseen power. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to sense it. Only Shue Ing, who was extremely sensitive to auras, could sense it. Azure River County City had a population of over 10 million. Its history was even longer than the history of Dragon Mountain Empire. In fact, the history of a province or county city was very long. Even with the change of dynasties, these ancient cities were constantly reinforced. Their magic arrays also became more powerful. A province city was even more exaggerated. It had a population of over 100 million. The city was so majestic that it was like an independent country. It was said that even the power of the gods could not shake the various defenses of the province city. This has truly broadened my horizons. I have a feeling that if the entire Azure River County City's Great Array were to be activated, the power of those spheres would be enough to kill me in an instant. This is completely a transcendent power. Shuang sighed. What he didn't know was that activating this Great Array would consume an astonishing amount of energy. Let's enter the city. Riding his snow-treading horse, Dongbua Shuai-ing entered the majestic Azure River County City. Chapter 38. The Azure River County City had a population of more than 10 million people. One could only imagine how large the city was. Although the main road within the city was very wide, the treading snow horse could only move forward at a stroll speed. From the city gate to the Dragon Mountain Manor, it took them almost an hour to travel from the city gate to the Dragon Mountain Manor. I finally arrived. Dongbua Shuai-ing looked at the Dragon Mountain Manor in front of him. In front of the Dragon Mountain Manor, a huge fire crystal lamp illuminated the area. This place was much more majestic than the Dragon Mountain Manor in Water Rights County. Just the huge courtyard wall alone was at least 1 to 2 miles wide. There was also a large group of guards patrolling the area. Dismount. The 2 black armored guards standing at the entrance were even more imposing. They were at least at the meteor rank. Dongbua Shuai-ing also dismounted. With a flip of his hand, he showed the black iron token and said, "The county should have received the news of my arrival." One of the black armored guards walked over and smiled. "Are you the Water Rights Town's Dongbua Shuai-ing?" "That's me." Dongbua Shuai-ing nodded. "We've already received the news of your arrival. Leave your horse to me. You can go in, and someone will bring you to your residence." The black armored guard helped to lead the horse. "Sorry for the trouble." Dongbua Shuai-ing handed the horse to the guard and directly entered the Dragon Mountain Manor's huge courtyard wall. The huge Dragon Mountain Manor was filled with lush greenery. The flowers and grasses were also very beautiful. Fire crystal lamps were placed among the flowers and grasses. Although the sky was already dark, the entire Dragon Mountain Manor was illuminated by fire crystal lamps. "Sir Dongbua, please follow me." A maid welcomed him. Guests from outside stay in the east side of the Jiahui Garden. The Jiahui Garden has already prepared a small courtyard for Sir. It's best if Sir does not leave the Jiahui Garden. The other places might be important to the Dragon Mountain Manor. Wait until tomorrow morning. There will naturally be someone to bring Sir to meet the Manor Lord. Dongbua Shuai-ing nodded. Inside the Dragon Mountain Manor, the floor was paved with stone slabs. The surroundings were filled with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. Even some of the courtyard walls were faintly discernible. After walking for a while, they arrived in front of a garden door. "This is Jiahui Garden." The maid led the way. "Milord's courtyard is inside. There are quite a lot of courtyards here." Dongbua Shuai-ing chuckled as he looked around. There were probably more than 10 small courtyards, and they were separated into 2 rows, facing each other. There are a lot of missions in the county capital. Experts from all over the country often come here. Today is considered a small number. Only half of the Jiahui Garden is occupied. Usually, the entire Jiahui Garden is not enough. The maidservant smiled and said, "This is where you will be staying tonight, sir." As she spoke, she pushed open the courtyard door. Suddenly, the door of the opposite courtyard creaked open. Dongbua Shuai-ing turned to look. The door to the opposite courtyard opened, and a maidservant came out with a tray. A young woman in a green robe was about to close the door. When she saw Dongbua Shuai-ing, she immediately understood that this black-robed young man was going to stay in the opposite courtyard. A female magus. Dongbua Shuai-ing could sense it. This young woman in a green robe had a mysterious aura that was unique to magi. In fact, it was the aura of magic power. Furthermore, it was also emitting a faint sense of coldness. Dongbua Shuai-ing was all too familiar with this aura. His mother and younger brother were experts in ice magic. This woman in front of him was obviously also an expert in ice magic. However, her aura feels stronger than by Yuanji's. Dongbua Shuai was very surprised. He was surprised by the appearance of this green-robed female magus, and surprised by her youth. His younger brother was the most handsome man he had ever seen, and this green-robed female magus was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her beauty was like an ice lotus on a snowy mountain. It was a very unique aura. Actually, Water Right's town had quite a few beauties. Yu was one of the top 10 beauties he had ever seen. However, this green-robed female magus made Dongbua Shuai instantly think that she was the most beautiful one. It was because of her aura, a very unique aura. Magi are full of wisdom. The more powerful a magus is, the more knowledgeable they are. This woman looks so young, but she seems to be stronger than Bai Yuanji. Dongbua Shuai was a little surprised, but he did not know. While he was surprised, the green-robed female magus also faintly felt that the young man in front of her was not ordinary. After many years of studying nature, Dongbua Shuai's sharpness became more reserved, and his aura became more natural and simple. It was this kind of reserved and simple aura that caused the green-robed female magus to be secretly shocked. He is clearly not a magus, but his spirit is actually so strong. Magi placed great importance on the spirit and soul. The two of them looked at each other and nodded politely with a smile. Creak! The green-robed female magus closed the courtyard door. Dongbua Shuai also walked into his courtyard. Master Dongbua, I will bring you some food later. I will not disturb you any further. The maid then left. Early the next morning, not long after he finished his breakfast, the maid from Dragon Mountain Manor came to invite Dongbua Shuai. Today he would be announcing the details of the mission. In a quiet hall, Dongbua Shuai walked into the hall and saw a white-haired, muscular old man. The old man saw Dongbua Shuai and nodded slightly. Master, please find a seat. When everyone is here, the manor master will be here soon. The maid said, after sitting down. Dongbua Shuai took a sip of tea and put it down. Someone else walked in from outside the hall. It was the green-robed female magus that he met last night. The green-robed female magus swept her gaze across the hall and saw the white-haired, muscular old man and Dongbua Shuai. She was slightly surprised. What a coincidence! Yesterday, they lived opposite each other. Today, they met again. She nodded slightly at the two and sat down. It's Magus Jingqiu. The white-haired, muscular old man's eyes lit up and said, I didn't expect to see Magus Jingqiu here. What a coincidence! This old man is Tang Xiong. Dongbua Shuai was slightly surprised. The Dragon Mountain Manor had a list of powerful characters in Azure River County. He had seen it before. Tang Xiong was a 160 years old Silver Moon Knight. With his age, he naturally had no hope of breaking through to the legend rank. As for Magus Jingqiu, she was extraordinary. She was the pride of the entire Azure River County. Jingqiu came from an ordinary family. She entered the Eternal Wind Academy to study magic. At the age of 20, she broke through to the meteor rank. She stayed in the Eternal Wind Academy to teach. At the age of 23, she broke through to the Silver Moon rank. According to the information, Jingqiu should be 25 years old now. 25 years old, but already a Silver Moon Great Mage. This talent was indeed frightening. Even a transcendent Great Mage in the Eternal Wind Academy accepted her as a disciple. At such a young age, there was a 90% chance that she could step into the legend rank. So it's her. Dongbua Shuai suddenly understood. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, two people walked in from outside. One was a somewhat gloomy young man, and the other was a black-haired old man. The gloomy young man's attire was extraordinary. The robe he was wearing could cause the surrounding atmosphere to change. Obviously, it was a powerful, refined armor. Jing Qiu, I didn't expect to see you here. The gloomy young man was excited. Haha, I came out to train and randomly chose a task. I didn't expect to meet you here. This is too much of a coincidence. The two of us are brought together by fate. The green-robed female mage frowned. It is indeed a coincidence. The eerie young man glanced around and saw the white-haired old man as well as a black-robed young man who was younger than him. This caused a trace of displeasure to flash through his eyes. He glanced at the white-haired old man and casually said, "Excuse me, is it Lord Bairong?" The white-haired old man, Tang Xiong, obediently stepped aside, not wanting to disturb him and the female mage. Bairong? Dongbua Shueing also understood who the other party was. Bairong. He was one of the top figures in the younger generation of the Azure River County's Sea Clan. Bairong was 50 years old this year. As a Silver Moon Knight, his lifespan was usually close to 200 years. He could still maintain his youthful appearance, even though he was 50 years old. Because he was relatively young, he had a higher chance of becoming a legend ranker in the future. Thus, his status in the Sea Clan was considered high. The Sea Clan could cover the sky with one hand in the Azure River County. If they said you are guilty, then you are guilty. Thus, even Tang Xiong, who was also a Silver Moon Knight, had to flatter him. After all, he could not afford to offend them. Casually finding a reason to capture a Silver Moon Knight was a small matter to the Sea Clan. Only by breaking through to the legend ranker would one have the power to suppress ordinary people. Only then would a legend ranker have the qualifications to talk to the Sea Clan on equal footing. The gloomy young man then sat beside the female mage, leaning close to her. "Jing Qiu, why are you always avoiding me? You are making me sad." Hua, the green-robed female mage stood up and left her seat. However, the hall was only so big. She glanced around and walked towards Dongbua Shueing, sitting down next to him. "Jing Qiu." The gloomy young man Bairong walked over. Suddenly, he glanced at Dongbua Shueing, feeling that Dongbua Shueing was a hindrance. Frowning, he coldly said, "Excuse me." Shueing picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. He did not care about him at all. Bairong's face immediately turned ugly. "Humph." Bairong coldly snorted. "Haha, is everyone here?" A loud laughter came from outside. A bald old man dressed in red walked in. Chapter 39. "Humph, very good." Bairong lowered his voice and asked the black-haired old man beside him, "Old Liang, who is this kid?" According to his appearance and the long spear on his back, he should be Water Rights Town's Dongbua Shueing. The black-haired old man lowered his voice and said, he should be 22 years old this year. When he was 15 years old, he single-handedly destroyed the Bent Blade Union. Since he dared to accept this mission, he should be a Silver Moon Knight. 22 years old? Bairong became even more unhappy. He was already over 50 years old, and now he had met a 22 years old Silver Moon Knight. Naturally, he would be unhappy. "Humph!" Bairong coldly snorted at Dongbua Shueing and sat down beside him. The black-haired old man also sat down beside him. Since the 5 experts are all here, the red-robed old man looked at the 5 people in front of him, Bairong, the black-haired old man, the white-haired old man Tang Xiong, Dongbua Shueing, and the green-robed female mage Jing Qiu. "My name is Yuan Wu, the Lord of Azure River County's Dragon Mountain Manor." The red-robed old man smiled and said, "I believe most of you have heard of my name. However, today is the first time I have met Mage Jing Qiu and Dongbua Shueing." Jing Qiu and Dongbua Shueing both laughed. "Lord Yuan, just tell us the mission," Bairong said casually. "No rush." The red-robed old man's voice suddenly became cold. "Before we accept the mission, I need to tell you the most basic rules. First, everything related to the mission, including the information of your companions, must not be leaked. If this information is leaked, it may lead to the retaliation of your companions. This is something our Dragon Mountain Manor will never allow. Whoever deliberately leaked this information will be found out. No one will be able to save you. Second, this is the most difficult Black Iron mission. No one can guarantee your safety. Your lives will be in danger, and if you die, you can't blame others. I'll tell you these 2 rules in advance. If you can't accept them, you can leave now. The red-robed old man's gaze swept across the 5 people in front of him. Dongbua Shueing and the others did not stand up and leave. Tower Master Yuan, we all know the rules, the white-haired, muscular old man Tang Xiong said with a smile. There's no such thing as absolute safety when you go out and risk your life. If you're afraid, it's better to return early. Bai Rong glanced at Dongbua Shueing. He instinctively felt hostile towards this brat. In front of the mage Jing Qiu that he was pursuing, he instinctively wanted to suppress all other men. On the other hand, his guards and Tang Xiong were all old men. They posed no threat to him. However, this Dongbua Shueing was too young, which made him unhappy. Very good. The red-robed, bald, old man nodded. Since you all understand the danger of death, and you all know the rules of confidentiality, then why don't you do it? Then, I'll explain the details of the mission first. Dongbua Shueing, Jing Qiu, and the rest, including Bai Rong, pricked up their ears and listened attentively. Being careless during a mission could cost you your life. The objective of this mission is the castle of the Lu clan, the #1 clan in our Azure River County's Chutai City. Destroy the entire castle and kill the patriarch of the Lu clan, Lu Huairu. The red-robed, bald old man said. Lu Huairu? A meteor mage? It's said that the Lu clan has 3 to 4 meteor knights. But with such little strength, why would the 5 of us need to work together? Not to mention the danger of death? Bai Rong asked suspiciously. The red-robed pavilion master solemnly said. Lu Huairu is also an expert in alchemy. The entire castle must be filled with many dangers, and the most important thing is, this is actually a branch of a demon god in our Azure River County. What? Dongbua Shueing, Jing Qiu, Bai Rong, Tang Xiong, and the black-haired old man Liang Yang's expressions changed greatly. Demon god? In the entire empire, only the Temple of the Earth God was orthodox. The others were all demon gods. Even the founding emperor of Dragon Mountain Empire did not establish a temple to spread his faith. But at the same time, any demon god that dared to meddle in this world was extremely terrifying. No one dared to lower their guard. Anything related to the demonic god or demon god must be treated with caution. This is just a branch of a certain demonic god or demon god in our Azure River County. Moreover, there are only a few Meteor Realm experts here, so the threat level is relatively low. That's why I sent the 5 of you over. Pavilion Master Yuan Wu said, since you are already aware of the mission, if you are not willing to go now, you can only stay in the Dragon Mountain Manor for the time being. Any objections? Pavilion Master Yuan Wu looked at the 5 people in front of him. Is there a Silver Moon ranker in the Lu clan's castle? Is there a legend ranker? Jing Qiu asked. Not yet. Pavilion Master Yuan Wu said there is a possibility that there is a hidden power, but it is unlikely that there is a legend ranker. The power of a legend ranker is very rare, so it would not be wasted on a branch. Those demon gods are just hiding in the dark. Bai Rong said to Jing Qiu, it is impossible to be so extravagant as to arrange a legend ranker for every county. If there is no problem, then we will set off now. Pavilion Master Yuan Wu said, our Dragon Mountain Manor will send a flying boat to send you there. Bai Rong hurriedly said, Jing Qiu, this time it is more dangerous. You are a mage, so it is better for you to follow us closely. We will protect you. Jing Qiu frowned. Deep down in her heart, she hated this Bai Rong who kept chasing after her. However, her clan was located in the Azure River County, so she did not want to have a bad relationship with the Sea Clan. Shueing was already walking out with the weapon box on his back. Jing Qiu was also following behind him. You don't even have a good storage treasure, and you are still carrying a weapon box. Bai Rong snorted. Within Chutai City, on a piece of open land, there was a majestic castle. It occupied an area of more than 3 li, and was even bigger than Dongbu Shuiying's Snorok Castle. This was the Lu clan's castle. The castle was divided into an outer castle and an inner castle. The inner castle was octagonal in shape, as if there was a strange monster lying on the ground. This inner castle was personally designed by Lu Huairu, and it was filled with many traps and arrays. The closer one got to the bottom of the castle, the more dangerous it would be. Divine Envoy, are you satisfied with the few maids I have prepared? Lu Huairu asked. Half lying on the ground was a monstrous, muscular man. This man's body was incomparably sturdy, and his waist was as thick as a water tank. His height was about 5 meters, and his arms were thicker than a normal person's thighs. His beard was as hard as steel needles, and his eyes were slightly drooping. Occasionally, when he opened his eyes, a terrifying pressure could be felt. His breathing even caused the surrounding air to tremble, and the maids beside him were trembling with fear. Just S.O. The monster-like man said indifferently, Why do I feel that you are afraid of me? Divine Envoy's strength is monstrous. I am only afraid of you. Lu Huairu said. Don't worry, I am only resting here for a period of time. I have just escaped from the infernal realm, and I have almost forgotten about the pleasures of the human world. All right, bring some beautiful girls over. It would be best if you can get some powerful female mages. Ordinary people are really tasteless. The monster-like man smacked his lips and picked up a piece of meat beside him, eating it in big bites. Yes. Divine Envoy, please rest assured. I will quickly find some female mages to offer to you. Lu Huairu said. Go, don't be an eyesore. The monster-like man said casually. Chapter 40. In the Azure River County's Dragon Mountain Manor, a 20 to 30 meter long silver-white flying boat was parked. The flying boat was covered with magic runes. Everyone get on the flying boat. Landlord Yuan Wu brought Dongbu Shuiying and the other 4 to the flying boat. What a beautiful flying boat. Dongbu Shuiying's eyes lit up. This was his first time seeing a flying boat. In the past, he had only heard about it. It is said that the cheapest refining flying boat costs at least 200,000 gold coins. Only legend rankers or some big powers can afford it. Bai Rong glanced at Shuiying with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. He then said, Manor Lord Yuan, this refiner flying ship is made of Silver Lake gold, and even the cabin is made of colored glass. I'm afraid it would cost at least 500,000 gold coins. Haha, your Sea Clan needs to buy it from some master alchemists, but our Dragon Mountain Manor's main building directly sent it over. We don't need to spend any gold coins, and this alchemy airship is also made by the master alchemists of our Dragon Mountain Manor's main building in the provincial capital. The cost is also very low. I estimate it will only cost 300,000 gold coins. Bai Rong's guess failed, but his expression didn't change. He exclaimed, amazing. I want to buy a refining flying boat. Can I buy it from the Dragon Mountain Manor? Yes, but the price is about the same as outside. Landlord Yuan Wu laughed. It is impossible to sell it at cost. Master alchemists also need to earn money. Dong dong dong. Jing Qiu was the first to board the flying boat. She had always hated Bai Rong because he always used his family to bully others. Wasn't he just trying to show off that he could buy a flying boat? Jing Qiu was, after all, a disciple of a transcendent. Her goal was to become a transcendent like her master. That was true power. Showing off? Using his family to bully others? That was too shallow. Dong dong dong. Dongbu Shuiying also boarded the flying boat. Without a target to show off to, Bai Rong also boarded the flying boat with his bodyguard, Liang Yong and Tang Xiong. Have a safe journey. Landlord Yuan Wu looked at the flying boat from afar. Who? The flying ship quickly rose into the air, rising higher and higher until it reached a height of more than 1,000 meters. Only then did it quickly fly off into the distance. The more it flew, the further it went, and soon it disappeared into the horizon. In the cabin of the airship. The entire cabin was decorated with transparent glass, and one could clearly see the scenery outside. There was even a faint trace of color in the glass, and it was indeed magnificent. Everyone, the two experts of Dragon Mountain Manor who were in charge of controlling the flying boat, looked at Dongbu Shuiying and the others. One of them, who was wearing a silver-white armor, said, "You guys are going to the Lu clan's castle in Chutai City. Are you preparing to attack at night or during the day?" If it was during the day, the flying boat could travel at its fastest speed, and it would only take 4 hours to arrive. If you're not in a hurry, the flying boat will advance at a slower speed. I estimate that we'll arrive in the evening. There's actually no difference between attacking during the day and attacking at night. Jing Qiu's voice was very pleasant to listen to. That Lu Huairu is a meteor-level mage, and he's also an expert in alchemy. Since it's an extremely secretive place, he'll definitely set up many alarm arrays. The moment we sneak in, we'll be discovered immediately. Jing Qiu is a silver moon mage. Since she said that there are alarm arrays, we'll definitely be discovered. Bai Rong said, "Since we'll be discovered anyway, let's attack during the day. The sooner the better. We're not in a hurry. Let's do it during the evening." Jing Qiu said, "During the evening, the castle soldiers will be changing shifts or preparing for dinner. They'll be much more relaxed. During the day, the security will be relatively strict. During the night, it'll be even more troublesome to encounter traps." Jing Qiu is really smart. Bai Rong said, "All right, let's do it during the evening." The two experts who were in charge of controlling the flying boat immediately made their decision. In fact, moving at a slower speed was the most efficient way to save energy. Dongbu Shuiying quickly walked out of the cabin and arrived at the A-class of the flying boat. It really feels different. The wind on the deck was relatively strong. However, because of the shape of the flying boat, the wind seemed to blow past the top of the boat. The wind on the A-class was much weaker compared to the outside world. Who? Standing on the deck and holding on to the railing of the flying ship, Shuiying looked at the floating clouds around him. Looking at the faintly discernible vast land beneath the clouds, the scenery was truly beautiful. Dongbo Shuiying felt relaxed and happy. Dong dong dong. Another person walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. Dongbo Shuiying turned his head and saw that the person was the cold and gloomy Bai Rong. Bai Rong was dressed luxuriously like a nobleman. He also walked to the railing and looked at the scenery outside. Although I've seen it many times, the scenery on the flying boat is really good. Dongbu Shuiying, this is your first time on a flying boat, right? Dongbu Shuiying ignored him. I know you. Dongbu Shuiying from Water Rights Town. I heard that your parents were captured by the Mo Yang clan. You also have a brother named Dongbu Qingshi? Bai Rong casually said. Dongbu Shuiying frowned and looked at him. In the Azure River County, there's nothing that my Sea clan doesn't know. Bai Rong looked at him. Wanting to destroy a small clan like your Dongbu clan is a piece of cake for my Sea clan. For example, your Dongbu clan has 2 beast men, a lion man and a 6-armed serpent demon. Amongst the beast men, there were quite a few rebellious traitors. As long as they casually found a reason to accuse the Dongbo clan of harboring rebellious traitors, the Dongbo clan would be finished. At that time, their Dantian Qi would be crippled, and they would no longer be able to become a knight. Your younger brother's magic power will also be crippled. What do you think about letting you become slaves? Bai Rong said casually, but the threat in his words was very sinister. Normally, Dongbu Shuiying was too lazy to care about these kinds of big clan's disciples. But at this moment, Bai Rong's words made him angry, especially when it came to his brother. He had watched his brother grow up and had always protected him. How could he let his brother become a slave? Bairong, Dongbua Shuang said. And Bairong smiled at Dongbua Shuang. He was already used to those clans bowing their heads in front of the Sea clan. Do you know your mistake? As long as you bow your head and admit your mistake today, and give us 50,000 gold coins later, we will pretend that nothing happened between us. Bairong, Dongbua Shuang said coldly. Has anyone ever said that you are an idiot? Bairong was stunned. You are an idiot. Even a 3-year-old child is smarter than you. Dongbua Shuang said coldly. This time we are going to Chutai City to deal with a demonic god in our Azure River County. Even if the 5 of us work together, our lives will still be in danger. At this time, you are actually stupid enough to threaten me? Threaten me? Even if I temporarily bow my head, I am afraid that I will still hold a grudge against you, right? When the time comes to attack the Lu clan's castle, if I were to ambush you at the crucial moment, you might even lose your life. Even if you really want to threaten me, at least wait until the mission is over. Now that you are threatening me, other than making me hold a grudge against you, there is no other use, right? Dongbua Shuang frowned. Tell me, are you an idiot? You. Bairong's face turned ugly. You are really not afraid of me. Do as you wish. But you will also have to bear the consequences. Perhaps the consequences will not be as good as you think. Dongbua Shuang turned around and walked towards the cabin. He was too lazy to speak any more nonsense with this idiot. This mission was originally to accumulate some experience points. After this mission, he would take the initiative to apply for a bronze order and accept a bronze rank mission. One must know that the authority of a legend ranker was completely different from ordinary people. The city guards and other law enforcement agencies had no right to deal with them. In fact, even if they wanted to deal with a legend ranker, ordinary people would not be able to threaten a legend ranker. Therefore, even if a legend ranker committed a crime, the Dragon Mountain Manor would be the one to judge them. Therefore, the Sea clan would not be able to threaten a legend ranker. Between legend rankers, they had the right to speak on equal terms. Of course, Si Lianghong was ranked around 500 in the entire Dragon Mountain list. If there was no need, Dongbua Shuang did not want to become enemies with Si Lianghong. You. Bairong looked at Dongbua Shuang's back as he entered the cabin. He was so angry that he clenched his teeth. You dare to ignore me? You dare to ignore me? Very good, very good. I will remember you. After this mission, I will definitely... Bairong's face changed. This damn brat. Don't tell me that he will really ambush me during the mission. Chapter 41. I can't give him a chance. I need old Liang to follow me at all times. Si Bairong was really worried that this brat called Dongbua Shuang would plot against him during the mission. I'll let this brat off the hook for now. Once the mission is over, let's see how I'll deal with him. A 22-year-old Silver Moon Knight? A Silver Moon Knight was only one step away from becoming a legend ranker. However, this step was like a chasm between heaven and earth. From an ordinary knight to a Silver Moon Knight, one had to rely on one's talent and some powerful battle chi techniques to break through. For example, Si Bairong was able to become a Silver Moon Knight with the help of his family. However, he was stuck at the Silver Moon Knight rank. A Silver Moon Knight had a very high requirement for one's soul. One had to reach the realm of one with the heavens and then use the power of heaven and earth to break through. One with the heavens? Si Bairong had been a Silver Moon Knight for many years. Tang Xiong and Lian Yong had also been Silver Moon Knights for many years. However, they were completely clueless about one with the heavens. Mages were different. Knights relied on their bodies, but mages valued wisdom more. Mages needed to study the heavens and earth, dissect nature, and study many rules in order to master certain spells. Therefore, the more powerful a mage was, the more intelligent they would be. Generally speaking, Those who could become silver moon mages were all extraordinarily intelligent. That was why Jing Qiu was so stunning. She was so talented at such a young age. If she continued to study the heavens and earth, there was a high possibility that she would reach the realm of one with the heavens in the next 100 years of her life. Mages relied on research to master one with the heavens. However, it was difficult for a knight to master one with the heavens. Many knights were uneducated and did not know how to master one with the heavens. Therefore, although Dongbu Shuiying was considered a 22-year-old silver moon knight, he was not as important as Jing Qiu. Most people believed that Shuiying had relied on his body's innate talent to cultivate all the way to the silver moon rank in one go. Dongbu Shuiying's spear technique had reached the level of a master. For the past 6 years he had been cultivating in the bamboo house at the back of the mountain, comprehending the nature of heaven and earth. However, he had not reached the realm of one with the heavens yet. However, his strong body gave him the strength of a peak legend ranker. Once his power bloodline was activated, his strength would double. Even amongst the legend rankers, he was considered one of the top few. A lucky brat dares to challenge me? He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Si Bairong gritted his teeth and walked back to his cabin. Jing Qiu. Si Bairong walked over to Jing Qiu. What's the matter? Jing Qiu, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, opened her eyes. When we attack the Lu clan's castle, we have to be careful, especially that Dongbu Shuiying. That brat is too young and immature. I'm worried that he will secretly sabotage our plans. Si Bairong lowered his voice and said, when the time comes, just follow me and old Liang. We will definitely protect you. Why would he do that? Jing Qiu was puzzled. You just need to be careful. Si Bairong did not explain further and walked away. Jing Qiu frowned. She looked at Si Bairong and then at the black-robed youth, Dongbu Shuiying, who was also sitting cross-legged on the other side. She muttered to herself. Both of them went to the deck earlier. Could it be that they had a conflict? That Dongbu Shuiying does not seem like a reckless person. And I hope that there won't be any accidents during this mission. She was also a little worried. Phew! Dongbu Shuiying was sitting cross-legged on the deck. His heartbeat was gradually slowing down, and so was his breathing. However, his perception of the world around him was getting clearer and clearer. He could sense the auras around him. Jing Qiu's, Tang Xiong's, Si Bairong's, Liang Yang's, and the two who were driving the airship. His heart was as calm as water, as calm as a mirror, reflecting the world around him. The sky gradually darkened. The silver-white airship continued to fly through the clouds. We're here. Dongbu Shuiying's breathing gradually returned to normal. His blood flow also returned to normal. He looked outside and sensed that the speed of the airship was obviously decreasing. Everyone, we can prepare to disembark. We will soon reach the Lu family's castle. The Dragon Mountain Manor member said. We're almost there. The battle is about to start. Everyone stood up. They were about to face a big battle, but their moods were different. Si Bairong. This was the first time he had accepted such a dangerous mission. Therefore, he had specially brought along a silver moon knight to protect him. He was nervous and uneasy, and he wanted to show off his strength in front of Jing Qiu. Tang Xiong, on the other hand, was very calm. He was an old man who had lived for more than 160 years. He had experienced all kinds of storms and waves. Liang Yong was cautious because he had to protect Si Bairong. This was the first time Jing Qiu had accepted a mission. Although she was nervous, her magician nature allowed her to face everything calmly. Dongbu Shuiying? As a legend ranker, he was not afraid. He was just curious about the Lu family's castle. Everyone, Jing Qiu and the other four walked to the deck and looked down. They could see the majestic castle below. At this moment, the flying boat was only 300 meters away from the castle. However, due to the fog on the surface of the flying boat, the people below could not see the boat at all. Later, I will cast a spell to envelop everyone. We will directly jump down and quietly sneak into the Lu family's castle. Jing Qiu said, if we can quietly sneak in and kill Lu Huairu, that would be the best. Okay, we will listen to Jing Qiu. Si Bairong was the first to agree. It is our luck to have a silver moon magician with us. Tang Xiong laughed. Clang! Dongbo Shui Ing pulled out the two halves of the spear from the weapon box on his back and began to connect the two halves of the Fei Shui godly spear. Si Bairong saw this and curled his lips. With a flip of his hand, a two-handed great sword appeared in his hand. Everyone was ready to fight at any time. Hu! Jing Qiu, who was wearing a green robe, held a staff in her hand. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept everyone up. Let's go down. Jing Qiu said, let's go. Hu! The five of them jumped down from the airship at the same time. In fact, with their strength, any one of them could easily jump down from a height of more than 300 meters. The main purpose of the whirlwind was to adjust the landing point and conceal them. Dongbo Shuiing looked down. As they landed, the whirlwind controlled them to fly towards the roof of the inner castle of the Lu family's castle. The whole inner castle was like a strange octagonal monster lying on the roof. At the same time, a strong wind blew from below. The wind was whistling, blowing away the leaves and grass, making it difficult for some of the soldiers to open their eyes. So. With the help of the whirlwind, the five of them quietly landed on the roof. Let's go in. Si Bairong held his great sword with both hands, full of fighting spirit. The entire inner castle's roof was very big. At this moment, a dazzling red light shone from it. Under the light, Dongbo Shuiing and the other four had nowhere to hide. Assassins! A cold voice came from the inner castle, resounding through every corner of the castle. They are on the roof. Kill them! Assassins! They are on the roof. Kill them! There were a large number of patrolling soldiers on the outer castle walls. Some of the patrolling soldiers in the inner castle also immediately discovered the assassins. Immediately, more than 200 star-breaking crossbows were aimed at them. The Lu family had a meteor-level master who was proficient in alchemy and 4 meteor-level knights. With such strength, naturally the soldiers in the inner castle were also very good. We have been discovered, Tang Xiong said. So what if we have been discovered? At most, we will just kill them all. Si Bairong sneered. This time we are targeting the Lu family. If you want to stop us, you will only be courting death. Jing Qiu, who was holding her staff, said. Her voice was cold and pleasant to the ears, resounding through every corner of the castle. At the same time, along with her voice, a large amount of frost appeared in the surrounding area, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop sharply. A thick layer of frost condensed on the ground, and some of the soil was completely frozen. The entire Lu family's castle had turned into a huge ice castle. All the soldiers were covered in frost and were shivering. Cold, so cold! Some of the soldiers directly shivered and fell to the ground. Withdraw from the frost domain and you will live. Otherwise, you will only freeze to death. Jing Qiu said. She still had a kind heart for these weak soldiers. Who? Dongbo Shuiing looked at the surrounding frost and felt the extremely cold temperature. He was amazed. Jing Qiu was indeed an expert in the ice element. The range of the frost domain was just enough to cover the entire castle. The extremely cold temperature was not to the point where it could instantly freeze people to death. This kind of control was really amazing. Of course, if people were to be frozen for a long time, they would still die. Quickly go, quickly go. Some of the stronger soldiers immediately pulled some of the weaker soldiers and fled. Some of the servants in the castle also fled. The 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers were unable to resist the frost domain and could only flee. In such a cold environment, they were shivering from the cold. Their fingers were numb, and they couldn't even control the star-shattering crossbows. Let's go! Jing Qiu held her staff, while Dongbo Shuiing and the other 3 jumped down from the roof. Since they could not sneak in quietly, they could only attack directly. A bunch of idiots. Completely useless. Seeing the soldiers outside flee, Lu Ru coldly snorted and quickly ran down the corridor, continuously rushing towards the secret area of the inner castle. It seems that I will have to rely on myself and a few protectors. It's fine if you don't come in, but if you dare to enter the inner castle that I built, then you will die. Lu Ru was very confident. His traps and arrays, even 3 to 5 Silver Moon Knights, would die if they came. Not to mention that there was a great Lord Divine envoy living here, which made him very confident. Chapter 42. This huge octagonal inner castle covered an area of about 1 to 2 miles. Who knew how many traps were hidden inside? Lu Ru is hiding inside. We have to kill our way in. Bai Rong hesitated as he looked at the corridor in front of him. The corridor led to the depths of the inner castle, but I'm afraid there are many traps inside. We need a knight who is good at protecting himself to lead the way. Dongbua Shueing revealed a smile. This Bai Rong was obviously trying to gain some face, but he was also afraid of danger. How did he manage to reach the Silver Moon rank? Tang Xiong and Liang Yong were both calm and collected. Their gazes landed on Jing Qiu. Rushing in blindly is equivalent to courting death. Jing Qiu's voice was cold, but it was enough to calm everyone down. Although Lu Ru is only a meteor rank mage, he is an expert in alchemy. He must have set up many traps. Even if a Silver Moon Knight were to rush in blindly, it would be difficult for him to survive. You guys wait here. I will cast a spell to lead the way. As she spoke, Jing Qiu held the staff in her hand and her lips moved slightly, silently chanting an incantation. Actually, chanting an incantation was a form of self-hypnosis. After all, some powerful spells were too difficult to cast. Without self-hypnosis, one would not be able to cast the spell. As for some of the weaker spells, there was no need to chant an incantation to cast them. For example, the ice frost domain from before was no longer a problem for Jing Qiu. Hua, hua, hua! Suddenly, a large amount of ice started to condense in front of them. Very quickly, it formed a huge ice snake the size of a bucket, about 20 meters long. The snake's entire body was crystal clear, and its head was raised high with a cold, killing intent. The invisible pressure it emitted made Bai Rong, Tang Xiong, and the rest feel a sense of dread. Level 5 spell, Ice Snake. Dongbua Shueing nodded his head. This kind of spell does not have any weak points, and its strength is much higher than a Silver Moon Knight's. In terms of strength, it is comparable to a legend ranker. If there were 10 of them, they would be able to threaten a legend ranker. However, a legend ranker is one with the heavens, and under the suppression of heaven and earth, they would not be able to cast any spells. Jing Qiu held the staff in her hand and continued, chanting silently. After a while, another equally large ice snake appeared beside him. My magic power is limited, and I still have to face the unknown situation below. We need to use them sparingly, Jing Qiu said. These 2 frost snakes should be enough to pave the way. Haha, we have a great mage Silver Moon with us. Like I said, we're lucky. Tang Xiong chuckled. This frost snake doesn't have any vital points. If we scout ahead, we'll be risking our lives. Jing Qiu is still the best. All right, let's go. Jing Qiu, you'll be in the middle of the 4 of us. Old Liang and I will be in front. Dongbua Shueing and Tang Xiong will be in the back. Just now, he didn't dare to rush forward. Now that there were 2 ice snakes at the front, he was full of confidence. In the spacious corridor, 2 huge ice snakes slithered forward, one in front and one behind. Every now and then, they would stop and hit the walls with their tails. Rumble! The corridor shook violently. Some of the runes were forcefully destroyed, and some of the weaker walls collapsed. Some of the traps were destroyed, and some of the traps were activated. Their attacks landed on the body of the ice snakes. Even though they managed to pierce a hole in the ice, the cold air on the surface of the snake's body quickly filled up the hole. The only difference was that the snake's body had shrunk slightly. Every time it attacked, every time it was injured, the ice snakes would continuously lose their ice energy. When they could no longer withstand it, they would completely collapse. But before they collapsed, they had no vital points. They could attack crazily without any fear of death. So scary. Dongbua Shui-ing sighed inwardly as he watched from behind. If a mage is given enough time, the threat they pose is much greater than that of a knight. I heard that the power of a mage's spell formation is even greater. A mage was more like a scholar, studying and analyzing the world. The spells they cast were also incomparably exquisite. If they had enough time to cast their spells slowly, they could easily kill a knight. If they were given half a year to set up a powerful spell formation, the power would be even greater. On the other hand, a knight was even more ferocious. Knights were able to burst forth in an instant and slaughter their way to the front. The more powerful a knight was, the faster his speed would be. For example, Shui-ing could cover a distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Ordinary people could not even see his figure clearly. Such a frightening speed. If he really wanted to assassinate a mage, the mage would not even be able to react in time. Therefore, both mages and knights had their own advantages. Boom, boom, boom. The pure strength of the ice snakes was close to that of a legend ranker. If they were to fight in close combat, they might be a little clumsy. However, when it came to destroying corridors, they were extremely proficient. Following a series of rumbling sounds, many walls collapsed. Many traps did not even have the chance to activate, and many arrays were destroyed from the start. However, the interior of the castle was indeed very stable. Even if some of the walls were destroyed, the castle itself was still supported by other supporting walls, so it did not collapse. Haha, with Jingqiu here, we will be much more relaxed. Whatever traps or arrays are of no threat to us. Bai Rong laughed. Don't be careless. Jingqiu held the staff in her hand, carefully observing all the movements in front of her. For a powerful master alchemist, some of the traps are unexpected. Although my 2 frost serpents have continuously destroyed them, I can only say that more than 90% of the traps will be destroyed. I don't have absolute confidence that it will be safe, so I have to be careful. More than 90%, no problem. Furthermore, that Lu Huai Ru. I'm afraid that he is not as powerful as Jingqiu thinks. Jingqiu, in the Eternal Wind Academy, you have come into contact with extremely powerful experts. How can Lu Huai Ru compare to you? Bai Rong said. Although he said so, when it came to actions, he had always followed the lead of his experienced bodyguard, Lianyong. Obviously, he was still very careful. In the depths of the inner castle, in a large hall, Lu Huai Ru was sitting on a throne high up in the hall, frowning. Beside him stood 3 subordinates, all of whom were meteor knights. Damn it, I didn't expect that mage to be a silver moon mage. Lu Huai Ru frowned. Previously, he had only seen the thick layer of frost outside. Even some mortals could not be frozen to death, so he thought that it was not that powerful. Thus, he did not dare to show his face. He did not even see the appearances of Dongbua Shui-ing and the other 4, so naturally, he did not know that Jingqiu had arrived. Altar Master, what should we do? The 3 bodyguards looked at him. What else can we do? 2 ice snakes wreaked havoc and destroyed many places. My magic formations were all destroyed, and some of the purely mechanical traps weren't of any use anymore. Even if they are activated, they will only consume a little of the power of the ice snakes. Lu Huai Ru shook his head. It seems that we only have one chance. His entire inner castle was filled with traps and mechanisms, so naturally, there were some places that could kill. But with 2 ice snakes, only the stupidest and most difficult to destroy trap could be used to its maximum potential. There is a fatal trap in the 7th corridor, Lu Huai Ru said. It is the most powerful trap that I have set up. However, with those 2 ice snakes blocking in front, I am afraid that this trap can only kill 2 to 3 Silver Moon Knights. Thus, I need the 3 of you to act. When they are heavily injured by the trap, the 3 of you will go and kill them. Humph! At the most critical moment, the 3 of you who are comparable to Silver Moon Knights will kill them. They will definitely die. Yes. The 3 bodyguards respectfully complied. Following which, they took out the pendants hanging on their chests with some heartache. The pendants could be opened, revealing a small, blood-red crystal inside. The 3 of them raised their heads and swallowed the small, blood-red crystal. Following which, their skin started to turn red. The blood in their bodies started to surge, and the do chi in their bodies started to change. This was their life-saving item, the demonic water stone. It was useless for legend rankers, but for Meteor Knights and Silver Moon Knights, it would greatly increase their strength. The weaker one's strength was, the more obvious the effect would be. An ordinary Meteor Knight would be able to reach the strength of a Silver Moon Knight in a short period of time after consuming it. Of course, after the effects of the medicine wore off, they would be exhausted for 2 to 3 days. Even so, this kind of treasure that could greatly increase one's strength was extremely precious. Even though they were the bodyguards of this altar, they were only given 1 each. Don't feel distressed. After this, we will definitely move away. When the time comes, I will personally apply to help you get another one. Lu Huai-Ru said, "Quickly go and wait at the back of the 7th corridor." Yes, the 3 red-skinned protectors immediately walked out. At this moment, a monster-like, robust man walked in from the side door. His footsteps faintly caused the entire hall to tremble. Seeing this, Lu Huai-Ru immediately stood up obediently. This monster-like, robust man casually said, "What's wrong? Did you run into trouble?" Reporting to Lord Oracle, "I am afraid that this place has been exposed." Lu Huai-Ru said, "Exposed?" The monster-like, robust man walked to the side of the throne and directly sat down. He frowned and coldly snorted. "They didn't discover me, right? If they discovered Lord Oracle, they wouldn't just send a few Silver Moon rankers. I am afraid that they would directly send Si Lianghong or Xiang Penyin. They might even send a transcendent." Lu Huai-Ru said, "There were differences in strength between legend rankers. An ordinary legend ranker would only be able to obtain a bronze order. Those who were more powerful would be able to rank in the top 3,000 of the entire empire. There was still a huge difference between being on the list and not being on the list. As for Si Lianghong, she was an old blood demon monster that had lived for hundreds of years. Xian Penyin was even more ferocious. Within the entire Dragon Mountain Empire, the 2 of them could be ranked around the top 500. They were far above ordinary legend rankers. "How many Silver Moon rankers?" The monster-like, robust man sneered. "In front of me, they are nothing more than ants. What a pity. After recuperating here for a while, they have to leave." Chapter 43. In the hidden passageway of the 7th corridor, 3 protectors were standing guard with weapons in their hands. "They're here." Suddenly, the taller protector said in a low voice, "Rumble!" A rumbling sound could be heard from outside, causing the ground to tremble. The skinny protector walked to the front and looked through the peephole. He saw that the 2 frost snakes had already reached the corner of the hall. Their huge bodies slammed into the walls of the hall, causing the ground to cave in and the walls to crack. These 2 frost snakes are really ruthless, so many mechanisms have been destroyed. Luckily, the mechanisms of the 7th corridor were the least affected. The skinny protector muttered, "There were many types of mechanisms, and not all of them could be destroyed by the frost snakes. Get ready. Wait for the intruders to enter the hall before activating the mechanisms." The taller protector said, "They're coming in. Listen to my command." The skinny protector looked through the peephole. Dongbui Shuiing and the other 4 followed the 2 frost snakes into the inner castle. They were looking for Lu Huai-Ru. Because the inner castle was octagonal, There were a total of 8 halls at the corners. At this moment, they had entered one of the halls. Si Bai Rong and the black-haired old man Liang Yong walked in front, while Jing Qiu held her staff and walked in the middle. She had already cast an ice spell on herself, and her body was covered with a layer of ice armor. Dongbu Shueing and Tang Xiong were at the back of the group, respectively on Jing Qiu's left and right sides. This inner castle is quite big. Where is Lu Huai Ru hiding? Si Bai Rong asked anxiously. Don't worry, Jing Qiu said. We'll check every place carefully. The inner castle is octagonal, and we've already checked 6 areas. This will be the 7th. After checking all 8 areas, if there's still no sign of him, then he should be underground. We'll go underground again. With the Dragon Mountain Manor's flying ship outside, he won't be able to escape. Si Bai Rong nodded. Rumble. The floor of the entire corner hall suddenly moved. The ground began to move, revealing a large pit below. Within the pit were sharp spear tips. The tip of the spear was also suffused with a dark green color. It was obvious that it was highly toxic. Dongbu Shueing and the others hurriedly dodged to the side. Fortunately, the ground had been destroyed by the frost serpent earlier. Only a portion of the ground had been moved away, and the majority of the ground was stuck. Thus, Shueing and the others were able to evade the attack and reach a safe location. Rumble! The cracked and twisted walls suddenly collapsed, and a large number of stones rolled down to the ground, revealing a large number of mechanical crossbows behind the walls. The huge mechanical crossbow was connected by gears. Countless crossbow bolts covered the back of every wall, and each bolt was as thick as a person's thigh. Looking at the crossbow bolt, Bai Rong, Tang Xiong, and Jing Qiu all felt a chill run down their spines. Such a thick crossbow bolt. Furthermore, it was held in place by the mechanical gears. The pulling force of the bolt must be immense, and the attack power of the bolt would definitely be stronger than that of the star-breaking crossbow. Not good. Jing Qiu's expression changed. 4 sides, 1 side each. The experienced Tang Xiong and Liang Yong shouted, almost at the same time. They knew it was a moment of life and death. Pung, 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 pung. Every single bolt that was shot out could be clearly heard. From the front, back, left, right, there were crossbow bolts flying towards them from all directions. Furthermore, Dongbu Shueing and the rest were all in the hall. The furthest they were from the crossbow bolts was about 10 meters, and the closest ones were only about 10 meters. It was too close. Hoo, 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 hoo. The wind was torn apart. Hundreds of thick crossbow bolts were shot out in an instant, covering the entire hall in a crisscrossing manner. Fortunately, it was just a mechanism, and these crossbow bolts were aimed at every corner of the hall. Only a few dozen of them managed to hit Dongbu Shueing and the rest. Block! Everyone block! Tang Xiong and Liang Yong shouted. Pung! The black-haired old man, Liang Yong, held a shield in one hand and a blade in the other. In an instant, the shield deflected one of the crossbow bolts. While blocking, the shield was slightly tilted, reducing the force of the attack by 80 to 90%. Even so, he could still feel the impact of the crossbow bolts. If he was hit head-on, even with the protection of his armor, he would definitely vomit blood. 2 or 3 crossbow bolts would be enough to kill him. Dang, dang, dang. The white-haired old man, Tang Xiong, who was already over 160 years old, held a short sword in each of his hands. Dang, dang, dang. He blocked the crossbow bolts perfectly. These old fellows were too experienced. Damn it, damn it. Si Bai Rong, who was also a Silver Moon Knight, was panicking. He used both his hands to block the crossbow bolts. Dang, dang, dang. As a Silver Moon Knight, his reflexes and movements were fast. However, his swordsmanship was not high enough, and it was very strenuous for him to block the crossbow bolts. The level of a knight had nothing to do with one's fighting skills. Being able to become a Silver Moon Knight only meant that his Do Chi had reached the Silver Moon rank. As for his swordsmanship, although he practiced every day and sparred with the experts in his family, he was not even able to reach the one with the sword realm. At most, he had a solid foundation, which was sufficient for normal battles. However, at this critical moment of life and death, with the crossbow bolts flying towards him, he had no time to think about how to block the crossbow bolts. He could only rely on his reflexes. No. Si Bairong's forehead was full of cold sweat. Suddenly he cried out in alarm. He had finally made a mistake. Who? At this critical moment, a shield suddenly stretched out and blocked the crossbow bolt. The crossbow bolt was deflected, and it did not hurt Si Bairong at all. The person who had blocked the crossbow bolt was Si Bairong's bodyguard, Liang Yong. The black-haired old man, Liang Yong, had focused half of his attention on Si Bairong. After all, he was here to protect Si Bairong. However, the crossbow bolts were too fast, and he had to use all of his strength to block them. His movements were affected, and his whole body was in a mess. Pung pung pung. He used all of his strength to block 2 crossbow bolts, but the third one was too late. Ah! Liang Yong let out a low cry as he tried his best to dodge the crossbow bolts. One of the crossbow bolts flew past him, and the thick crossbow bolt completely tore apart his right arm. His right arm, which was holding the saber, was sent flying, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Whew! Very quickly, the crossbow bolts stopped flying. All of the crossbow bolts only lasted for a few seconds. AI, facing such a terrifying crossbow bolt at such a close distance, this Liang Yong did not focus on defending himself. He even dared to divert his attention to help that young Master Bairong. It's lucky that he didn't lose his life. Tang Xiong sighed. Old Liang, old Liang. Si Bairong, who had just escaped death, hurriedly supported the black-haired old man, Liang Yong. Liang Yong's right arm was bleeding profusely, but he quickly took out a silk ribbon and wrapped it around his arm. At the same time, the muscles and blood vessels around his arm started to contract, and the speed of the blood flowing out slowed down. I'm fine, it's just a broken arm, Liang Yong said. He wasn't really that loyal to Si Bairong, but he was raised by the Si family, and his family also relied on the Si family. If Si Bairong were to lose his life, then he and his family would be finished. Therefore, he had to protect Si Bairong. If Si Bairong really died, then he would die in battle to prove himself. This Dongbua Shui Ing is really powerful. I had to use all of my strength to block these crossbow bolts. I didn't expect this young man to be able to block all of them so easily. White-haired Tang Xiong glanced at Dongbua Shuiing. Just now, he was so focused that he didn't notice Dongbua Shuiing blocking the crossbow bolts. However, looking at Dongbua Shuiing's expression, it was obvious that he was very calm. What a pity! Dongbua Shuiing stood at the back and shook his head. He had a slight killing intent towards Si Bairong, but he didn't have any hatred towards this black-haired old man. If it was convenient, he could also lend a helping hand. Unfortunately, he was at the back of the group, while the other party was at the front. Dongbua Shuiing wouldn't be able to save Si Bairong in time. If he really rushed over to save Si Bairong, then Jing Qiu would be in a desperate situation. Jing Qiu was at the center of the group, and as a magician, she could only passively endure the crossbow bolts. Be careful! Jing Qiu suddenly exclaimed. She had been observing everything calmly. So. 3 silhouettes suddenly appeared from behind a mechanical crossbow. They were only 10 meters away from the group. These 3 silhouettes had the combat power of a Silver Moon Knight, and their speed was frighteningly fast. In a flash, they had covered a distance of 10 meters. Be careful! Liang Yong, Tang Xiong shouted out. Young master, Liang Yong shouted out as he raised his shield to block the crossbow bolts. 2 protectors were rushing towards them. Obviously, They could tell that Si Bai Rong was the weakest among the group of Silver Moon Knights. Furthermore, the black-haired old man had lost an arm. These two were the easiest to deal with. Of course, they had to deal with these two first. Then they would deal with the rest. The last protector rushed towards Jing Qiu, a great magician. Kill him first. Stop. Tang Xiong held a short sword in each hand and intercepted the protector midway. Dongbo Shueing was at the back of the group. At this moment, he raised his spear and rushed towards the protector. Young master, let's join hands. Protector Liang Yong raised his shield to block the attack. Si Bai Rong turned pale with fright. He hurriedly raised his great sword to block the attack. Dang! 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 The protector wielded a pair of scimitars as he closed in on Si Bai Rong. In terms of technique, this protector was obviously superior. He was able to force Si Bai Rong to retreat. At this moment, how could he care about the life and death of a protector? He didn't even have time to care about Jing Qiu's life. He retreated to the back of the group and let the others block the attack. Actually, if Si Bai Rong was calm, he could still hold on for a while with Liang Yong. Soon, Dongbo Shueing and the rest would arrive to help. However, Si Bai Rong was more concerned about his own life. His only choice was to retreat. The protector immediately turned around and brandished his blade towards Liang Yong. Liang Yong was holding his shield with one arm. He was barely able to withstand the attack of the protector. Now that he was surrounded, he was unable to withstand it. Pooh! A scimitar flashed behind his back and slashed across Liang Yong's throat. Liang Yong's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and hope. If he died, he would die in battle. He hoped that his descendants would be treated well by the Si clan. His body went limp and fell to the side. Protector Liang Yong was dead. He was also the first person to die in the group. The battle between Silver Moon level experts was too fast. In a single second, they could slash out more than 100 times. From this, one could see how fast their battle was. Almost 3 protectors had attacked, and Si Bai Rong had retreated the moment they clashed. Liang Yong had only managed to block 2 attacks before he died. Hew! Hew! 2 spear shadows streaked across the sky. Pooh! Pooh! The 2 protectors who had just killed Liang Yong had not even recovered from their shock when they felt 2 spear shadows flying towards them. Their throats were in pain, and they immediately covered their throats with their eyes wide open. Fresh blood flowed out from their throats. You! Both of them could not believe their eyes. Too fast! This spear technique was too fast. In just one move, both of them had died. The faces of the people at the side changed. In fact, Dongbo Shueing had learned Senior Gu Yuanhan's dark ice spear art, which was famous for its speed. When he was still at the meteor rank, he was able to kill a rank 5 shadow leopard. At this moment, even though he was only casually using a small amount of strength, he was still able to display the strength of a Silver Moon warrior. However, with his spear technique, as well as the consummate skills of a transcendent knight, he was still able to kill the 2 protectors easily. After all, other than himself, Dongbo Shueing had never seen anyone else who had reached the level of a grandmaster. It was extremely difficult for one's strength to reach the level of perfect as one. There were very few people who could train as hard as Dongbo Shueing. Even his father, Zhongling, and the rest could not do it. That kind of hard training was just a simple thing to say, but how many people could actually do it? Other than hard work, one also needed to have a brain. Dongbo Shueing had the guidance of a transcendent knight, and he was also very smart. He knew how to summarize his experiences and perfect his spear technique time and time again. With this kind of solid foundation, he had reached the level of one with the spear and had even stepped into the realm of a grandmaster. Every day he would take medicinal baths, crazily cultivate. He had a transcendent spear technique to guide him. He had a large number of knights in the castle as his training partner, and he had an intelligent mind. All of these factors created the Dongbo Shueing of today. Chapter 44. What? How is this possible? The remaining enforcer who was fighting with Tang Xiong was shocked. After killing Liang Yong, the three protectors were confident that they would be able to win against the 3 Silver Moon Knights. Among them, there was also the relatively weak Si Bairong. However, when the black-clothed youth took out his spear, the situation changed. Die! The experienced Tang Xiong roared. The protector was not as experienced as the 160-year-old Tang Xiong and was being suppressed. At this moment, he panicked and immediately revealed an opening. Si La, with a flash of the dagger, a red that appeared between the protector's eyebrows. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Brother Snow Eagle, such a powerful spear technique. Tang Xiong laughed. I haven't seen such a clean and efficient spear technique in a long time. Jing Qiu was also surprised to see the black-clothed youth in front of her. It's a pity that Liang Yong was defeated too quickly. Dongbua Shui Ing shook his head. Humph. Si Bairong stood at the back of the team with a gloomy face. His bodyguard had died in battle, and he had just brushed shoulders with death. However, this Dongbo Shuang, who came from a remote place like Water Rights Town, was so powerful. Then Si Bairong thought of something and went forward to take the armband from Liang Yong's broken arm. Dongbua Shuang, Jing Qiu, and Tang Xiong all looked at him. Liang Yong was my enforcer, so of course I will take his things back to his family. Si Bairong said, as for his body, we will continue to search for it. Let's leave it here for the time being. Someone from the Dragon Mount Manor will come and clean it up. Sai, who knows if Si Bairong will return some of the items in the storage treasure. Tang Xiong sighed secretly. He had seen too many people like this. The Si family was a big family with hundreds of years of history. There were many direct descendants, but there were good and bad ones. Although Si Bairong's talent was high, his character was obviously not good. However, Tang Xiong did not want to offend him because sometimes villains were the most difficult to deal with. Ka. Jing Qiu walked forward, and cold air immediately spread out from her feet. The cold air instantly spread out and froze Liang Qiu's entire body. A layer of ice enveloped Liang Qiu. These 3 don't even have a single storage treasure. Tang Xiong skillfully searched the corpses of the 3 enforcers. This is really strange. Logically speaking, most Silver Moon Knights have storage magic treasures. They don't carry many gold notes with them. Lord Bairong, do you want these gold notes? Si Bairong glanced at the banknotes. He didn't do anything, so he still wanted to save some face. I didn't kill the enemy. You can share it with Dongbua Shuang, Jing Qiu said. Haha, I'll take 1 and you take 2. Tang Xiong handed over 50,000 gold notes to Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang didn't refuse and accepted them. Let's go, Jing Qiu said. Continue. At this moment, Dongbua Shuang naturally walked to the front of the group. Tang Xiong followed behind Jing Qiu, while Si Bairong was at back. Clearly, he was really afraid. Moreover, there were no enforcers now. The rest of the journey went smoothly. They didn't encounter any powerful traps. After checking all 8 areas, Dongbua Shuang and the rest of the group began to walk underground. There was obviously another underground level in the inner castle. Following the stairs, they soon saw a huge door. Everyone be careful. I can feel a trace of evil aura, Jing Qiu said cautiously with her staff in hand. Okay. Dongbua Shuang also became cautious. After all, this was the branch altar of an evil god in Azure River County. The door was wide open. The 2 frost great serpents, which had shrunk by a large amount, slithered into the great hall one after another. Shuang and the other 3 also entered the great hall. So big. Dongbua Shuang and the rest were surprised. This palace was constructed to be extremely huge, and the walls of the palace were engraved with the picture of an evil, demonic god. It was emitting an evil aura. Even though it was just an engraving, It made Shui Ying and the others feel uncomfortable. Above the hall, there was a throne. On the throne sat a monster-like, muscular man. Next to the throne stood a man with a smile on his face. Dongbua Shui Ying and the rest recognized this man at a glance. It was their target, Lu Huairu. I didn't expect the 3 enforcers to be so useless. With the help of the traps, they only managed to kill one of you. Lu Huairu said with a smile. If it was a normal situation, I would have escaped through the secret passage. Under the surveillance of the Dragon Mountain Manor, the chances of me successfully escaping are very low. Unfortunately, there is no need for me to escape now. Jing Qiu held her staff, while Si Bairong and Tang Xiong stared at the monster-like man on the throne. All of them felt a strong threat from the aura of this monstrous man. Who is he? Dongbua Shui Ying also felt a strong sense of threat from the monster-like man. Isn't the leader of this branch Lu Huairu? Now Lu Huairu is standing respectfully at the side, while this man, who is even stronger than my Uncle Tong, is sitting on the throne. Who is he? A silver moon mage. The monstrous man suddenly opened his mouth, his voice echoing in his chest. He stroked his beard that was as hard as an array, his eyes shining as he looked at Jing Qiu, and such a young and beautiful female mage at that. She's really of the highest quality. Ha! I like beautiful female mages the most. I like such a young female mage even more. It is said that female mages are extremely intelligent. Trampling on beautiful and intelligent female mages like you really makes me excited. You are. The white-haired old man, Tang Xiong, who had been frowning, suddenly opened his eyes. He thought of a person, a fierce existence that had disappeared for more than 80 years. Run. Tang Xiong turned his head without hesitation and turned into a stream of light to escape. At the same time, he anxiously shouted, Run! Run quickly! What? Si Bairong and Jing Qiu were shocked. How could he escape before they even started fighting? This made them panic a little. Want to escape? The deep and low voice echoed in the hall. Suddenly, the whole space suddenly turned dark. An invisible force instantly covered every corner of the hall. It was as if an invisible hand suddenly pressed down on them. Tang Xiong, who was originally running away at high speed, was immediately suppressed. His body trembled, and his speed decreased sharply. The surrounding air was distorted, and the surrounding scene became somewhat distorted. Unity of heaven and men. Si Bairong was so scared that his face turned pale. Jing Qiu also showed a frightened expression. The monster-like man on the throne casually broke off a piece of metal from the armrest and threw it directly. Xiu! The piece of metal turned into a stream of light and was as fast as lightning. Tang Xiong, who was running away, did not see the piece of metal behind him. The speed of the piece of metal was faster than the speed of sound, and he did not have the slightest awareness. With a puff sound, the piece of metal directly penetrated Tang Xiong's head. Tang Xiong's eyes widened. Because of inertia, he ran for more than 10 steps before he fell down. Fall! Lu Huairu, who was standing beside the throne, gently activated the mechanism beside the throne. Boom! 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 The huge gates outside the main hall fell down 3 times in succession, completely sealing off the escape route. It's a legend rancor. How can there be a legend rancor? Si Bairong's face was pale. He was completely confused. How can there be a legend rancor in the Azure River County branch of an evil demon god? This. Jing Qiu, who had been very calm, could not hide her panic. A legend rancor? The control of heaven and earth made it impossible for her to use any external energy. It was impossible for her to use any powerful spells. If she only used the magic in her body to cast spells, the power would be less than 1,000 times weaker. It would only be able to scratch an itch for a legend rancor. Spells could only be powerful if they used the power of heaven and earth. Beautiful female mage, don't struggle. I didn't expect that this branch would be exposed. Before I left, I would meet a silver moon female mage. Moreover, she is so young. TSK, FSK, TSK. I am really lucky. Just follow me obediently. I will pamper you well. The monstrous man said, I believe that with your wisdom you will know what to do. As for these two men, they are useless. Just kill them. The monstrous man said as he grabbed another piece of metal. Spare me. See, Byrong's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he knelt down and begged, Senior, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Jing Qiu is only 25 years old this year and is the pride of our Azure River County. She will definitely follow Senior obediently. I am Si Byrong, a member of the Si family. Please spare my life. He then turned to Jing Qiu and anxiously said, Jing Qiu, you should know what to do. Following a legend ranker is not a disgrace to you. If you resist, you will die. We will all die. Only by living will there be hope. If you die, there will be nothing left. Humph. Jing Qiu looked at Si Byrong coldly and then looked at the monstrous man sitting on the throne. Everyone knows that accepting a mission from the Dragon Mount Manor is dangerous. I have already prepared myself for death. Since my luck is bad and I have encountered a legend ranker, I will not blame anyone. I can only say that I am unlucky. However, if you want me to serve you, you can dream on. Jing Qiu said. Since she had prepared herself for death, she was naturally calm. However, Jing Qiu was not willing to accept this. She had walked step by step to where she was today. She had analyzed and studied the world. She was very confident that she would become a legend ranker in the future. But now it was all over. You have really disappointed me. However, the corpse of a female mage is also a good collection. The monstrous man said. Si Byrong knelt there. Jing Qiu stared at the monstrous man with her staff in her hand. I really did not expect this. Originally, it was just a black iron mission to accumulate some experience. Who would have thought that I would encounter a legend ranker? Dongbua Shuiying's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 45. Jing Qiu was in despair when she suddenly heard Dongbua Shuiying's words. She was startled and turned her head to look at him. Previously, Dongbua Shuiying had been concealing his aura. After many years of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, his aura had become simple and inconspicuous. However, at this moment, everyone could feel that this black-robed young man in front of them was completely different. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and the invisible aura he exuded was sharp and terrifying. This was the sharpness of an expert. Normally, it was hidden in the sheath, but once it exploded, it would cause people's hearts to palpitate. This Dongbua Shuiying actually dares to say such words? Could it be that he can defeat a legend ranker? Jing Qiu did not dare to believe it. I heard that he is only 22 years old, 3 years younger than me. How can he defeat a legend ranker at such a young age? Furthermore, I don't feel that he has the power to control heaven and earth. The surrounding air was distorted. An unseen pressure was still enveloping the area. This was the monster-like, muscular man's control over the world. From Jing Qiu's point of view, if Shuiying was also a legend ranker, he should also be able to control the world. The world energy of both sides should be clashing. This Dongbua Shuiying has gone mad. Byrong, who was in complete fear of death, turned his head to look at Dongbua Shuiying. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He actually dared to provoke a legend ranker? Is he really a legend ranker? He must be pretending to be arrogant before he dies, but this will only make his death even more miserable. The monster-like man on the throne touched the armrest and looked at the black-robed young man in front of him. Grinning, he said, Interesting, interesting. Little brat, since you are so eager to die, cut the crap! Dongbua Shuiying's eyes were filled with passion. Come, let me see how strong you are. If you are weaker than me, then you can only die. You are even more arrogant than me. The monster-like man's eyes turned cold. Boom! The invisible force of heaven and earth instantly suppressed Dongbua Shuiying's body. just like how it had suppressed Tang Xiong. That's it. Dongbo Shui-ing sneered. There was a limit to the suppression of the world energy. It would make a meteor knight feel very uncomfortable, while Silver Moon Knight's strength would be greatly reduced. As for Dongbo Shui-ing, whose physical strength had reached the pinnacle of the legend rank, the threat of the world energy was much weaker. At most, he would be suppressed by 1,000 jin of strength. One stood in the main hall, while the other sat on the throne. Their gazes collided. "Let me see what you're capable of." The monster-like man flipped his hand, and a black, curved dart appeared in his hand. This was the hidden weapon he often used in battle. As for why he had shot a Silver Moon Knight's head with a piece of metal earlier, it was because the difference in strength was too great. Phew! The monster-like, brawny man immediately swung his arm, abruptly waving the arc-shaped dart in his hand. Xiu, xiu, xiu! A series of arc-shaped darts appeared in his hands, and he threw them out. The arc-shaped dart was extremely fast, reaching supersonic speed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the trajectory of the dart was an arc in the air, making it even more blurry and difficult to see through the distorted air. "Darts? Take a few moves from me." Dongbo Shui-ying's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. This was his first time fighting against a legend ranker. With a flip of his right hand, a short spear appeared in his hand, and he instantly threw it out. Boom! The short spear became heavier, and it tore through the air with a terrifying whistling sound. When the monster-like, brawny man heard this sound, his expression changed. The speed of the short spear was too fast, and he did not even have the time to take out a weapon to block it. He immediately dodged the attack and dodged it. Pum! The short spear smashed into the throne, causing the entire throne to explode. The tip of the short spear pierced deep into the wall behind the throne. Dongbo Shui-ing was similarly dodging those strange, black, curved darts. He wielded the Fei Shu-e, godly spear, with one hand, occasionally blocking the darts. As a spear master, blocking these darts was too easy for him. Boom! 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 In Dongbo Shui-ying's right hand, a short spear appeared one after another. After all, he had a whole pile of short spears in his storage space. The short spear was thrown out again and again with all his strength, tearing through the air. The power of heaven and earth had little effect on the short spear thrown out by a peak legend ranker. A short spear brushed past the side of the brawny man, and with a loud boom, it pierced through the wall. A series of black curved darts flew towards Dongbo Shui-ing at an extremely fast speed, but they were all dodged by Dongbo Shui-ing, and the darts were deeply embedded in the wall. This. Bai Rong was stunned. Is this the power of a legend ranker? Jing Qiu also felt the pressure. At this moment, the two of them were merely using concealed weapons against each other, and they could already feel the pressure and fear. That brawny man's movements were so blurry that they could not even see him clearly. Although Dongbo Shui-ying's movements were very small, within a few meters of him, his body would still become blurry and unstable. Just by dodging his movements, they could not even see him clearly. As for the concealed weapons, regardless of whether it was the frightening short spear or the strange and swift darts, they would not be able to dodge a single one of them. Demon God above, he is actually so strong. Lu Huairu was so scared that his face turned pale. He had already stealthily hid behind a statue in the hall. He was afraid that he would be accidentally injured. When two legend rankers were fighting, even a casual wind pressure would be enough to crush a meteor rank mage like him to death. The brawny man continuously dodged the attacks, and with a flash, a pair of double-edged battle axes appeared in his hands. The double-edged battle axes were extremely ferocious weapons. The axes were so big that they looked like small shields. The man held onto one of the axes in each of his hands, and with a simple block, a loud dang sound rang out as he blocked one of the short spears. The sound of the short spear colliding resounded throughout the hall. I didn't expect that I would meet such a young junior just after I escaped from death and returned to the mortal world. The brawny man's expression was sinister. Very good. So young and already have the strength of a legend ranker. You really have potential. I love to kill youths with potential like you the most. Junior, let me show you my strength. Watch out for my spear. Dongbua Shui Ing did not waste any words. He knew that the short spear would not be able to threaten his opponent. He immediately rushed forward. So, his body was like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he had already flown close to 100 meters away. He raised the long spear in his hands high up and fiercely slashed downwards. Boom! The power was imbued into the long spear and was transmitted to the spearhead. This strike had sufficient time to accumulate power, and the might of this strike was extremely ferocious. Let's see how much strength you have. The brawny man laughed sinisterly as he crossed the axes in his hands above his head. Boom! The long spear clashed against the two axes. The expression of the brawny man immediately changed. One of the axes was accumulating power, while the other was standing at his original position to block the attack. He immediately suffered a loss. He did not care about his face and immediately retreated backwards. Dong, dong, dong. With every step he retreated, a deep footprint would appear on the floor of the hall. The ground around him would also crack open. Only after retreating for more than 10 steps did he completely dissipate the force of the attack. Die! After the furious slash, Dongbua Shui Ing immediately rushed forward. His long spear changed from a furious slash to a straight thrust. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning as it pierced towards the face of the brawny man. Disperse! With a thought, the brawny man dispersed the power of heaven and earth that had been suppressing Dongbua Shui Ing. The pressure on his body suddenly disappeared. Ordinary people would find it hard to adapt to such a change. However, Dongbua Shui Ing only felt the power of his muscles and bones changing accordingly. He was not affected at all. A great spear master, power as one, was not someone who would be so easily affected. Damn it, power as one? Such a terrifying spear technique at such a young age. The brawny man realized that his opponent's spear was not affected at all. He immediately understood that his opponent was definitely a great spear master. One must know that even among legend rankers, only a small portion of them could reach the level of a great spear master. That was because some people would reach the level of one with the world when it came to smithing. Some people would reach the level of one with the world when it came to painting. One with the world only represented the realm of one's soul. It did not represent one's combat techniques. To become a great spear master, one needed to spend a long period of time and effort in training and comprehension. Blood axe reincarnation. The brawny man treated his opponent as a formidable foe. In an instant, his body turned blurry as he evaded the attack. Shoo! The long spear pierced past his body, piercing through thin air. However, the spear tip's penetrative force was able to penetrate through the void and hit the wall of the hall far away, creating a deep hole in the wall. Die. After evading the attack, the brawny man immediately waved his two axes from the side, hacking furiously at Dongbua Shui Ing. The moment this move, blood axe reincarnation, was used, the two axes would attack continuously. Under such a ferocious attack, as long as the enemy failed to defend even slightly, they would be finished. Open for me. Dongbua Shui Ing's spear pierced through thin air. Instead, he turned his body and rotated his waist. His long spear suddenly swept horizontally. The power of a single spear was enough to annihilate an army of 1,000. Who cares what axe technique it is? I will just sweep it over. Pum! The long spear's shaft directly collided with the axe's edge, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. An invisible pressure spread out in all directions. Si Bai Rong was so frightened that he hurriedly activated his protective Do Chi. Jing Qiu also maintained her ice armor. Boom! Under the pressure, Si Bai Rong was forced to take a step back. Jing Qiu's ice armor revolved slowly, completely dissipating the force of the impact. The surrounding hull seemed to have been blown away by a strong gust of wind. The stones on the surface of the hull cracked and crumbled. It was a complete mess. The brawny man was forced to take a few steps back, and his body slammed into the wall behind him. Dongbua Shuiying's body also swayed from the impact, and he was forced to take a step to the side. Both of them stared at each other, killing intent filling the air. Ha ha ha. The brawny man suddenly laughed. His laughter was deep and resounding like a tsunami. Jing Qiu, Si Bai Rong, and Lu Huairu, who were watching from afar, could not help but cover their ears.